Okay, shalom Israel, shalom, shalom, shalom. Hope everybody's doing well today. I'm about to send up first and the Most High. Give the Most High it's just due. We're gonna start in class about Simon again. Majid, shalom.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Rakhtay how about Shem Yahshai?
Rakhtay Shem Yahshai.
Ha Nothing Award. Taiwan. Water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives us light this day. Thank you, so be it.
Rakhtay how about Shem Yahshai?
Rakhtay Shem Yahshai.
Nothing
Raya.
Naya the water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Amazim Wapanya Yerashimam.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Rakhtay how about Shem Yahshai?
Rakhtay Shem Yahshai.
Shabbat. Shalom. Water.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha. Ayanyamya. Aharya. Mahaya. Yabu'ah. Isaiah. Yabu'ah. Yahweh. Sha'aisha. Shemaiah. Waharatiza. La'ah. Yonatan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'ah. Nawam. Shashemaya. Hanan. Yala'ah. Nawam. Wala'ah. Mishan. Shashemamar. Yasharala. Yahweh. Shemaria. Yahweh. Tazania. Ayo. Yanyamya. Yah. Hashemah. Yala'ah. Hankaya. Hayawam. Wala'ah. Banat. Yahweh. Yashemaria. Yakov. Right. Yashemar. Mepasha. Yahweh. Yashemar. Mawalakia. Wabawaya.
Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes into the hills, from which cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasha'Allah shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Amen.
Did you like Credo? Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Allah Yahweh. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Allah Yahweh. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Allah
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Avanawa. Shabbat Shemayo. Kodash. Hayat. Shamkab. Yahweh. Allah Watkab. Taba'at. Ratazak. Hayat. Aisha. Waharatiza. Kawak. Hayat. Washemaya. Gandalanawa. Wacham. Ho. Yawam. Wasalafanawa. Kawabinawa. Kasalafanawa. Kawabinawa. Wala'at. Wabianawa. Walasawan. Abo. Awashinawa. Mayan. Wai. Hayat. Wakab. Amalakwa.
Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. Lord's Prayer in English. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Ten Commandments. La Yahaya. Laka. Alahaya. Akaya. Hanya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'a. La'ina. Laka. Lasar. Wala'a. Ta'ibada.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a. Talakaka. Show. Yahweh. Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
4. Zakar. Hayawa. Hashabah. Lakodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
5. Kabad. Abaka. Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father.
6. La'a. Laraktaza.
Thou shalt not kill or
7. La'a. Tana'a.
thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a. Dagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a. La'ina. Shapor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a. Tasamar. Paul. Asherah. La'ra'aita.
Thou shalt not covet anything which thy neighbor.
Raktayahu Bashem Yashai.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the law.
Israel Yeshabi.
See?
Okay. We had began to deal with Simon and his reign. Last week we kind of recapped in the Josephus book 13, and then we finished out First Maccabees chapter 13, and we started going into First Maccabees 14. We're gonna double back and just start back at First Maccabees 14 and 4. And the goal is to finish the chapter today. Okay? So we're going to try to get through First Maccabees 14. And First Maccabees 14 just gives a lot of information in more detail about Simon's reign and the work and the dedication that Simon had given to making sure the nation was restored. Jerusalem was maxed out, their financial capabilities was maxed out. His efforts were in line with Jonathan's efforts, Judas's efforts, and Matthias's efforts to restore Israel to their position of just sovereignty, their independence, not necessarily being a world power. We lost that opportunity to be a world power, but we at least, with the Most High's good graces and mercy, were given the power of being a nation state, an independent nation state that can
Vassal, obviously.
well, we were a vassal, but at the time we weren't a vassal. We were given independence, and we eventually got into deals and brokered deals with the Romans, but it was a softer, easier path to being stable. So yes, we're going to go into those specifics of Simon's reign. What you going to get your hand down? Yeah.
Well, I was just saying, pretty much. So you're saying that obviously we can measure the nation. Obviously, we're in a different scenario, and this is not quote unquote slavery.
It's not slavery.
It's not slavery.
No, it is actually the Most High's mercy. We're going to go into specifics showing how much mercy the Most High had given over this period of time. And the only conditions to that mercy would have been our obedience, our servitude, and our sacrifice to the Heavenly Father. We'll go into that later too. So let's start off with First Maccabees chapter 14 and verse 4, right? I'm smiling. Oh, wait, we do it first.
Oh, the horns.
I'm sure. Wait, I do the horn.
Correct. Shah Shabbatah. Banashah. Banashala.
Correct.
Shoshata, Banashar, Bayashar, Amaki, Brooke, Yahweh Hashem Yasharakata.
How about Shemi Asharakatham?
Look up.
Up. This is Spider-Man.
Is it? You're just gonna get it. Yeah. Knock it down. There you go.
I like Spider-Man. Yeah.
It was kind of vexing, man. I just kept seeing it. Okay. Let's do First Maccabees chapter 14 and verse 4.
Gotcha. First Maccabees, chapter 14 and verse 4. As for the land of Judea that was quiet all the days of Simon, for he sought the good of his nation in such wise.
Listen, all we can do with our daily sacrifice and commitment as leaders, as husbands, as brothers, and as sisters is every day seek the good of the nation. That is a very impactful, potent verse, because Simon didn't sit back here and make decisions for his family's hegemony. He didn't sit back here and try to set up scenarios to uplift him and his family line for omnipotent rulership and power. You'll see down the line examples of later generation Israelites through Simon's lineage had the mindset to operate like kings and lords. Simon's only goal was for that the nation can be sustained. And through the Most High's mercy and grace, the Most High backed it. That's all we can really do, is to make sure every single day we make decisions that put the body, the camp, and the nation ahead of us, ahead of our personal lives, ahead of our personal desires. This is how you get the best or have the best opportunity to ensure the Most High defending you. We're all fighting to get acknowledged by the Most High. We're all fighting for the Most High to look at us. But what's the best thing we can do to make sure he looks at us and favors us? Matter of fact, hold this verse and go to 1 Corinthians 10 and 24. 1 Corinthians 10 and 24 ties in with this verse in verse 4 about Simon making decisions that benefited the nation. Read that to us.
1 Corinthians chapter 10 and verse 24. Let no man seek his own, but every man another's wealth.
This reality, a lot of our people can't come to grips with. They can't accept. How can you sit back here and put the wealth of others before your own household? This is why men fall apart. This is why men leave camps. This is why men can't get to the next level, because in their mind, what they need in their home supersedes what the nation needs and what the body needs and what the camp needs.
Oh, so you're saying that thinking can't be in
You can't lead and be that kind of guy. You can't grow in spiritual arenas and be that kind of guy. Nobody says that if you sit back here and make decisions and go about you can't find that in the world. But you look at David, you look at Solomon, look at the people who served well. It was always about what the body needed, the nation needed. Solomon was a living testament to that. His intention and his mind was on the development of the nation. And if you understand anything about leadership, as we continue to ascend in responsibility, when you continue to ascend in the work and you start to grow, many opportunities are presented to you to make decisions that benefit you personally. When you sit back here and you gain rank and you get position and you get into a greater decision-making slot, the Most High starts to test you. And the way he tests you is that he starts to look at how you think, how you operate when you get to that top spot. Because when you get to that top spot, you are given many opportunities to come up. Why were all the Israelites back in the day, right during the Tobiah time, leading to our fall? Why did everybody want to be the head tax farmer? Remember how tax farming was the hustle back then?
Yeah, I know.
Because the tax farming was a hustle because you got a cut of the tax profit. You got your 15 to 10, maybe 20% off the top.
That was a
For
way,
collecting the money in the region.
that was a way to inject yourself where you could get a bigger piece of the pie while still operating and looking like you're doing a job.
So you're doing the job, but you're gaining bread while everybody else is suffering. That's the catch. Because how did you get your tax farming slot? You had to undercut everybody else in there. They're holding out on you. They're holding out on your money. They actually got more, and I can get more from that city.
And it's not because the motivation isn't because you want the king to have this tax money.
No, you don't give a damn about the king and his tax money. You want to get your cut
The
rate.
middleman.
So what ends up happening is you start oppressing the little man, regular people, so that the king gets larger coin and you get larger.
Which is
It's still a corrupt policy, but it's very much the same way that leadership and people get into office. And that people get into government office, not for the people. They get the kickbacks and the campaign contributions and all the APAC money and all the campaign money
behind the scenes.
and after. Listen, a portion of your campaign money goes to the campaign. You think all the campaign money goes to the campaign? You don't think some of it goes to your pocket? Listen, while the U.S. was operating with Iran with the Strait of Hormuz situation, right? You know how many times Trump would say, listen, we're in negotiations with the Iranians and this should resolve quickly. You know how many times there were spikes in the stock market and he would make those announcements? Yeah. But he had inside him his son, his children, people in the game under different shell corporations were hedging bets on both sides based on his reporting of information. So his position opens up lanes in the stock market. Do you realize one of the richest people on in society is Nancy Pelosi?
Oh yeah.
There's this running like not a joke, but there's a guy online that pretty much teaches people, listen, if you want to get rich in the stock market, just follow Nancy Pelosi.
Oh yeah.
It's the truth.
It's the truth.
And if you follow Nancy Pelosi and you buy and sell the stocks she sells, you'll make money.
She's the greatest.
Guaranteed.
She's the greatest to ever live. Like she's a stock prophet.
Yes.
How's it a stock prophet?
Prophet.
Her family. She comes from a crime family. The
Yes.
Pelosi crime.
Yes.
And then
In
she's
Frisco.
and she's just a stock. She just always knows where the money's going. When's gonna go up.
She understands that she has a link in with insider trouble. So she's able to sit back here and predict what's about to happen before it happens. And how is she able to sit back and hit so many times? Because she's in the center. And she's connected. What am I trying to say? Those are the perks or examples of the perks of being in government office. All your campaign contributions, all the access to the corporations who are keeping you in office. They're keeping you in office because you are going to sit back here and push bills that benefit the corporation. But the corporation already lets you know what they're planning on doing. So you buy into these corporations knowing they're going to blow up because you're going to open the door to get them to blow up. It's still insider training and inside knowledge, but those are the perks of leadership. And that's what most leaders do. They either take those, listen to get paid, or you're the prince of Zamunda. And you're sitting back here and you're taking deals,
Yeah.
and robbing the people. And the corporations are coming to you and saying, listen, let us bring Exxon and Shell here. Let us bring these corporations here and we'll give you the kickback. We're not giving the people
I don't
the
care what
kickback.
happens. I got, as long as I come.
And then the thing is this, you'll probably be in power for 5 to 10 years. The people will revolt, but you will leave a multi-billionaire. Deal? Yes. And all your children will go to school in Britain, get Oxford and Cambridge education. Your family is set for life, but your nation's economy is in the dumps. And your people are eating. Listen, I saw online, it was one of the saddest things that the people in Haiti were making dirt pits, literal dirt patties. And they were drying them out on the concrete. And the kids were eating literal water and dirt, pancakes and salt. And they would sit back here and they were eating it like it was like a real bomb snap. And I say that to say, do you think the president of Haiti is doing it? Or the government officials? They're the ones taking all the resources. They're taking the bribe, and the people are suffering. This is how leaders do, because the allure and the pull to snatch and grab and come up and let everybody else suffer is always heavy on leadership's head. Yeah, I've seen them. But this is the situation with all leaders are tempted with this reality. Simon had the opportunity to get paid, do him, but he chose the opposite direction. He chose to make sure the nation grew. The nation had greater opportunities to sustain itself. And that's what made him special. And that's what made the Most High recognize him and bless him for his work. Okay. Let's continue. Read it from the top again, verse 4.
First Maccabees, chapter 14 and verse 4. As for the land of Judea, that was quiet all the days of Simon, for he sought the good of his nation in such wise, as that evermore his authority and honor pleased them well. And as he was honorable in all his acts, so in this, that he took Joppa for an haven, and made an entrance to the isles of the sea.
Joppa was a haven for ships. It was the place they took because Israel needed a seaport. Listen, nations fight for seaports. When you read in Daniel's 11, a lot of the wars between the kings of the north and south were over seaports, sea accessibility, merchant accessibility. Okay, seaports, buying and selling, trade is everything. It helps keep your economy going. So once again, he's sitting back here and making big picture deals so that the nation's GDP, gross domestic product, can increase. Read on.
Right. It says, and enlarged the bounds of his nation.
And he kept expanding the boundaries of Israel. Or at least, if they're not taking over the region itself, they're becoming vassals to them. And if you sit back here and look at this Hasmonean dynasty image online, you will see different colors of red that denote different leaders and the work they brought to the table. Where there is Simon is the lighter red. It's like Jerusalem was very light, and that was during like Judas's time. Then Jonathan was a little darker, and then the I want to highlight red. I don't know what to explain. It's not the cherry red, but it's a highlight red. That was an assignment's time. From here, these areas, Simon expanded the empire. Then his son, John Hyrcanus, did more, and so forth and so on. So Simon did great works in expanding the jurisdiction and the space of the empire. Matter of fact, it wasn't even that darker red. John Hyrcanus took over that darker red. It was almost like pink. His Joppa was right there. Simon's was the pink color. Is when he started expanding out the region. So let's continue in verse. It was 7 already?
Yeah, he finished it.
Matter of fact, before you go into that verse, go to Job chapter 36, verse 11.
Wow.
Job 36 and 11.
Job chapter 36 and verse 11. If they obey and serve him, they shall spend their days in prosperity.
If you obey and you serve the Most High, this is the concept that a lot of us have problems trusting. We have problems trusting that if we put the Most High first, on the back end, he'll take care of us. A lot of us have issues trusting that if we make sure the Most High is the priority, then he will bring prosperity on the back end to us. Because prosperity is still a vague concept. What does prosperity mean? Prosperity is different to everybody in their mind. But we're going to kind of explain very soon what prosperity looks like to the nation. Okay? But he will bring prosperity. What is prosperity really? Keep that in mind. Are we done with that verse? Keep going.
No, it says, if they obey and serve him, they shall spend their days in prosperity and their years in pleasures.
So that their years will be in pleasure if we obey and serve the Most High. Now, we're not going to use this verse and push prosperity like Joel Osteen pushed, because how he teaches pleasures and prosperity is a fantasy. But we're going to really kind of explain in real time what pleasures and prosperity really looks like. Okay, so let that verse go, and let's go to let's see. Let's go to verse 7. You said verse 7, right? Is where we're at?
Verse 7, first Maccabees. Right?
Yes.
Okay, first Maccabees 14 and verse 7. And gathered together a great number of captives, and had the dominion of Gaza
He took
the
the dominion of Gaza. Gaza was a major stronghold for the Philistines. Then he said he took over Bethsura. Bethsura was for a long time. Bethsura is actually Bethsura is right here. You see Jerusalem right in the middle? Bethsura is at the bottom in that light beige color. Bethsura here is Bethsura, and Bethsura was where the Greeks had a significant stronghold through Idumea. That is a region that borders Idumea. And that was like us taking over Bethsura literally was significant, because Bethsura had been the place where Edom and the Greeks always kept their thumb on top of Israel for many years. So to get Bethsura and Gaza were major victories for Simon and the people. Listen, it's almost as significant. Taking out Bethsura was almost as significant as taking out Akron. Akron was one. Bethsura was the second major thorn in our side that we didn't take over. So he took over major strongholds that had been out of our power for years. So, with that verse being said, now jump to First Maccabees, chapter 2, and verse 47. Yes, First Maccabees.
John. First Maccabees, chapter 2 and verse 47. They pursued also after the proud men, and the work prospered in their hands.
Listen, when we sit back here and attack the proud, like the proud wants to attack us, for the sake and for the intention of protecting the flock, the Most High honors that. When you don't let the proud sit back here and spoil the flock, the disillusion, make more of the flock disillusion, the Most High honors that work too. Once again, it's always about making decisions to protect and look out for the flock. When you make your priority, making sure the body stays spiritually connected, we don't allow wolves in sheep's clothing and people that come around and want to disagree and be obtuse and opposite and push their opposite, contrary ways of doing things. When you keep those elements away for the sake of the nation, then obviously, then the Most High starts to prosper the work of your hand.
So we're not kings, we're shepherds.
Mm-hmm.
If we're gonna be,
We're not kings.
yeah.
Ever.
The idea of kings,
Yep.
no, we're shepherds,
And,
and
yes.
you're getting recompensed based off the caliber of your shepherds, right?
Mhm. How well you protect the flock. How well you protect their outlook, their mind, their mentality, their spirit from negative influence, negative people, negative intention people. Because the truth is, when we say about negative intention people, what made those people of Africa so wicked?
Man,
They just didn't agree. They didn't agree with the direction that Judas Maccabees was pushing in the book.
but they were poisoning spirituality. They were pushing the sin. They were pushing assimilation. They were pushing ideas that destroy the fabric of the culture of our people.
Yep.
We're too caught up in he's a nice guy.
Yep.
I like him.
We have barbecues
He's
here.
tall.
He's tall.
These are different reasons, people. These are different real reasons. These are real reasons.
What is that? I ain't gonna do
I
that.
have a lot to do with a lot of things.
Really?
I ain't going to that. But people, because people appear a certain way, it's called the halo effect. The halo effect is if a person looks visually appealing, then whatever they do is not bad, or whatever they do is not wrong.
Yeah.
That's a true thing. It's called the halo effect.
Amen.
It's a distortion. It's a cognitive distortion that people operate in. And you could be the worst person in the world, but if you look good, you mean well. That's a real scientific issue.
And that's why Christ came marred beyond all consideration. He came opposite of this tall, dark, and handsome.
Yeah, tall, dark, and handsome, or she's just sweet and whatever. And
Finer than wine.
yeah, she's fine as wine. She's cold. She's a brick house.
Man, that's
Where-
envy, right?
Yeah, whatever it is. She's a brick house. She has good intentions. People look at the person's appeal, and based on a person's appeal, they don't judge their speech.
Yep.
If they're rich, they don't judge them because they're rich. This person has wealth. I don't have to judge him. He has reputation. I don't have to judge him. So a person can be an active personality type. They can be a contrarian. They can be a wolf in sheep's clothing and try and take care of themselves over the flock. But because they present well, they're accepted.
Yep.
And the sheep don't have the ability to see that a lot of times.
Yeah.
Yeah, Matthew chapter 23, verse 25. But it's funny because Aristotle says that nobody can truly be happy that's ugly.
Man,
So, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
crazy.
amazing, bro.
Yeah. But
That's crazy. Yeah.
get Matthew chapter 23, verse 25.
That's really negative.
Matthew chapter 23 and verse 25.
What about the spirit? Huh?
Yeah, no, they don't
I mean, they don't know the
They
spirit.
don't the spirit.
Matthew chapter 23, verse 25. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees,
Read.
hypocrites!
Go ahead.
For ye make clean the outside of the cup and of the platter,
Go ahead.
but within they are full of extortion.
He said, but inside they're full of what?
Extortion.
He said they look clean on the outside, but inside it's full of extortion. That definition of extortion, the act or practice of wresting anything from a person by force, duress, menaces, authority, or by an undue exercise of power, illegal exaction, illegal compulsion to pay money, or to do some other act. So that the proud is about taking, extorting, about reaping the benefits of their position. And this is what Christ is attacking the leadership at the time, because they're still tax farming. It's still a different extortion is just another form of tax farming.
Yep.
I'm gonna find a way to pull resources my way due to my position.
I'll be the muffler.
Yeah.
I'll be the muffler. I'm gonna get your money, Mr. White. I'm gonna get my cut.
No, I'm gonna get my cut. But it's just another way of tax farming. Read on. Jump down to verse 28.
All right. That's it. You want verse 28?
Yeah.
Okay, done. Verse 28. Even so, ye also outwardly appear righteous unto men.
He said, outwardly you appear what?
Righteous unto men.
Right? Read on.
But within ye are full of hypocrisy and iniquity.
So this is why, just like the scripture we just read in Job about in First Maccabees 2:47, and the war poured about attacking the proud. What is Christ doing right here? But our prosperity comes from attacking the proud.
Wow.
What is Christ doing right here? He's attacking the proud men that look clean on the outside, but inside is full of hypocrisy and extortion.
Because somebody has to show people for what they truly are.
Yeah.
For the flock's sake. The flock needs to know what examples to follow and how to be in order to give the flock the best chance for salvation. And that's why you do it. Because the flock, which is innocent or malleable, is going to flow to whoever's in front of them that has the strongest influence. And somebody has to be responsible enough to teach people what type of influence to gravitate to and which influence to avoid. And then education is the best way to do that. You have to sit back here and uncover the veil. And cover the veil for everybody. Because that's the thing that the Pharisees want to kill Christ for. They're like, you're sitting back here making us look bad. But was he making them look bad only? Or was he sitting back here and showing the people what they were really about?
Right.
That's what they want.
And empowering the people so they can see what's happening, what's not. This is what you have to do as a leader. You got to sit back and put it all on the table and show everybody stink. Everybody smelly socks. Everybody got to see everything. And then work from there. Versus sitting back here, even at the top, and protecting everybody from seeing people for who they really are. Because if you do that, now you're showing Christ the greatest honor. And then they're on the spot to have to make real changes too. But people don't like that. People that have positions of power want to maintain that power and want to maintain that respect at all costs. Versus feeling the pressure to change because the Most High wants them to change, especially at that top spot.
And that's
Because being at the top spot should be an uncomfortable place to be. You should sit back here and every day know that any day you can get replaced if you don't live up to the position. But people don't want to live that way. But Christ, Simon, and great men removed that veil, that false protection that leadership has, and forces everybody to own up to their crap. I'm sorry, I didn't want to.
No, that's all I had. That's on the point that we're bringing up about the benefits of attacking the proud is exactly what Christ was doing. He was exposing what was going on the inside that didn't match the outside. You know, they had the look of leadership, but they didn't have the intention nor the flock in mind. They were about reaping the benefits, extortion, finding a way to get the most out of my position. How can I maximize my position to where it benefits me totally, whether it's financially or liberty or whatever? I'm using my position to get the most leverage for my ability, not depleting myself or disposing myself for the sake of the flock, and not exhausting myself for the flock.
And that's the difference between the leaders who do it the best and the leaders who have work to do. And this is not about showing nobody up, but this is about what's right. If it's about the light, it's about the light.
Yes.
And Christ talks about that being the light versus the dark. Are we really about the light, or are we sitting back here pretending to be the light, but holding on to dark? If it's about the light, then everything about you has to be shown. Then you got to fix it. And then your respect is earned from what you fix inside of you versus count.
But men love darkness rather than light. And that darkness is that clarity.
Yep.
Men like,
don't look at me.
Yes.
Don't look at me, and I'm going to create devices so you don't see my dark versus owning up to your darkness and fixing your dark. That's what Christ was about.
That's what honest leadership's about.
Yeah.
Everybody's on the hook to live according to the standard that they should live up to based off their tenure in the truth.
It's not about how perfect you are. Can you make a mistake, own up to it, and fix it? And not be the same person next week or next month.
Yeah.
And if you can do that, that person deserves respect too.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's fair to the sheep. Because the way you deceive sheep is by operating a certain way that they don't comprehend on the surface. They don't know this guy really is a malicious guy, but just because a wolf smiles doesn't mean he's a good guy.
Yeah.
The wolf smiles.
This is the wolf has like the grandma's outfit on.
Yeah, he had grandma's outfit on, got the glasses. What are you doing here, Grandma? It's a damn
What
wolf.
long nose you have?
Grandma, you don't look like a
ears. What is your ears? What is so long? It's sharp at the edges.
Exactly. But they can't see it. They see grandma's outfit on.
Yep.
So Israel, sometimes we're too trusting, which I understand. You have to trust as a Jew, but up top there has to be, like you said,
can't take advantage of that position.
You can't take advantage of that.
And not dealing honesty and transparency. So, because Simon sat back and attacked these negative people and made them uncomfortable, the Most High backed those moves. Okay? Let's go back to 1 Maccabees 14 and verse 7.
Right. 1 Maccabees chapter 14 and verse 7. And gathered together a great number of captives, and had the dominion of Gaza and Bethsura and the tower, out of the which he took all unclean. Neither was there any that resisted him.
So, this verse ties when we read it in Josephus, book 13, chapter 6, paragraph 7, when he emptied out Acre. He took out the people of Acre, he lowered the mountain down, he leveled out the land, he took out Bethsura. Those were two Edomite Greek strongholds that were in close vicinity to the nation. He took out Gaza, which was another Greek stronghold that was a strong influence on our nation. So he took the three strategic Greek strongholds and he eliminated. And the Most High eventually made the choice that through Simon's time, he would bless him and honor with them. Honor his movements in that scenario. Read verse 8 and verse 9.
Verse 8. Then did they till their ground in peace.
He says that when all the Edomite influences or the negative influence or the contrary influences were eliminated, then we could till the ground in peace. This is important.
What does that mean?
We're going to go into it. Tilling the ground in peace. Continue.
All right. It says, and the earth gave her increase.
And listen, and he says, once you were able to till the ground in peace, then he said, Then the earth gave her increase. Read on.
Right. It says, and the trees of the field bear fruit.
And the trees of the field bore fruit. Go to Jeremiah chapter 51, verse 58.
Jeremiah chapter 51 and verse 58.
Jeremiah chapter 51.
Yes, Jeremiah 51 and 58.
Right. Jeremiah 51 and 58. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the broad walls of Babylon shall be utterly broken, and her high gates shall be burned with fire, and the people shall labor in vain.
Listen, one example of a lack of prosperity, one example of living in hell, one example of suffering is to work in vain. What does that mean? What's an example of working in vain? You sit back here and work with the expectation of what? Profits.
Relief.
Profits. And some type of reward financially. So you can sit back here and take care of things. Hell is when you're working just to pay bills and there's nothing else left. That's hell. Laboring in vain. Laboring and not getting ahead. That's how you know you're in a difficult condition. You're in hell. So, to your point, to your question, it says, then they did till their ground in peace. You can actually work hard, and based on your work ethic, you reap the benefits of what your work was. If people want to sit back and say that if we're in prosperity, I can be lazy and get blessed. No. All the Most High is promising us is if the Most High is with you and he is at peace with you, you will be capable of earning what you put into something. Whatever you put into something, you get it back. And there's nothing keeping you there's nothing impeding you from your works, getting results or blessings from your works. But people want to say prosperity and pleasure is more than that. That's not what he's promising. What he's promising is you're not going to labor in vain. That's all he's giving. But we think prosperity is coming up. Well, you're going to come up based on what you're bringing to the table, and based on what you're working. You will get back what you put in.
So you're showing a biblical definition of prosperity, because
Yes,
we're in a
I'm showing
world.
you a biblical definition of prosperity.
Because we're in a world that there's a lot of definitions of prosperity.
This is Joel Osteen prosperity.
Yeah.
That's not what Joel Osteen and prosperity preachers teach. It's not prosperity in the Bible. Prosperity in the Bible is you're not going to labor in vain. What you put in, you'll get back. And nothing is getting in the way of what you put into something. That's prosperity. Because the Most High is still not giving you something for nothing. Because we think prosperity is getting something for nothing. Getting a hookup without having to work for every inch of it. It's going to get clearer as we continue to go in the verse. Yep.
Jeremiah 51 and 58. They get that point.
Read it again.
Okay. Jeremiah 51 and 58. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the broad walls of Babylon shall be utterly broken, and her high gates shall be burned with fire.
He's just talking about the country, the nation falling apart. Whether it's this somewhat America falling apart. Read on.
And the people shall labor in vain.
You can honestly say right now, Americans are laboring in vain. Listen, how much does it cost? Listen, you know how easy it is to blow $100 at the grocery store and not have nothing? You buy some chicken, you buy some bread, a couple of staple foods, and you're at $89. Right or wrong? You're almost laboring in vain now. You sit back and you work hard just to have enough for gas, which is out of this world now. You can't go to work without burning money on gas. But once you do that, you barely have enough money after your paycheck to spend on nothing but bare essentials, food and gas.
You're working to break
Just
even,
to survive, to go back to work again.
which is a part.
That is what laboring in vain looks like.
That's like, so this class is very, people are looking at this, we're just talking Bible stuff. This is basically a double economy.
This is
This is the economy. This is, you're working, you're busting your tail, you're going to school, you're taking care of your kids, and I barely have enough for pamper. I barely have enough to get down the street. I can't drive for pleasure. I can't get
What
the
does that for pleasure mean?
those that know.
What is driving for pleasure?
Driving for pleasure.
What does that mean?
You can
Driving
just-
for pleasure?
You can just drive 1604 if you want to. If I want to, I'm going to drive the whole city.
Do you want to drop top? You want to drop top? The wind can blow and hit you
You're
up?
going to play all your albums and just drive.
Like the song 1 to 16 is
You
run
can
the
play your
whole
whole
album.
You can play Marvin Gaye was going from top to bottom. And just drive.
So you spill your tank of gas, I can just drive out.
And there's no, you're not worried about, oh man, I can't get to work this week. No, you can drive.
You mean like just drive 16 off, but just drive the entire
You drive 4, you can just go. And there's no,
You play the Ozzy brother.
you can play the whole Ozzy album. You can play all Ozzy album. You play Ozzy's greatest hit. And you're cruising, man. There's no consequence, son.
It is a Sunday afternoon, it's like 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Exactly.
There's nothing to do, huh?
Or it's sunset and the windows are down and there's no words. You
No
can't afford
barking from the dog.
no.
I'm not looking to breakfast with no.
That's a pleasure that people enjoy. That's a pleasure people enjoy. And when you work in vain, you have to walk down the street. Right?
You have to walk, you have to get your work.
Your drive is over. So now you have to, your pleasure is in walking.
But you can't drive. You can't then burn your gas because your gas got to go tomorrow to go to work.
That's what I'm saying. So
You just got to be in the house cooped up.
you're cooped up. There's not much you can do. Like it was when it was COVID. You really can't. You're instead of it being a disease keeping you from going outside, it's just poverty or financial constriction or economic constriction keeping you from enjoying your life and having the simple pleasures of life. So this topic is important because it affects your basic.
See, I wasn't going there with that point, but I guess
The truth.
I guess all I was trying to say is laboring in vain is there's no benefit for your work.
Yeah.
There's no kickbacks that you get for busting your tail 24/7, 365. And that is the opposite of what prosperity is. Prosperity. And it's important to explain what prosperity is. Because prosperity is being able to sit back here, work hard, dedicate yourself in whatever craft you got, and you're able to sit back here and get benefits from the work you bring to the table. That is you being out of hell and the Most High blessing. But you know what? Is that an explanation how we think prosperity looks like?
No.
Not at all. So we're sitting back here every day looking for this ease of life to get us because we're serving God. And all the Most High is saying is, I'm going to clear a bunch of outside reasons to make your work even more difficult. For instance, hold this, go to First Esdras in the Apocrypha, chapter 4, verse 49 and 50.
First Ezra chapter 4, verse 49.
First Esdras 4 and 49 and 50.
First Ezra 4 and 49. Moreover, he wrote for all the Jews that went out of his realm up into Jewry concerning their freedom, that no officer, no ruler, no lieutenant, nor treasurer should forcibly enter into their doors.
That's freedom. Freedom is government officials not being able to barge in your house and take what they want and make your life miserable. Isn't that is a form of freedom? But we don't look at it like that. That's the freedom of the Most High. You want to say, a government official can't come in there and take your resources, take your child, take your woman, take your daughter, and have their way with it. Police can't come in here and
No knock arrest.
and no knock arrest. He said that's freedom. But we think freedom in a totally different light.
And I honestly, I prefer the Most High's freedom because you get to have dignity and humanity. You get to be a human being. You get to have dignity and respect.
No, people want that and they want more. They want more. The Jew wants more. They want freedom. Like, I don't got to do nothing to be accountable for nobody. That's what the Jew, when the Jew says, I got the law, that means I don't got to sit back and be accountable. I don't want to follow orders.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
That's what freedom is to the Jew. I don't got to follow orders. I don't got to have men checking me. I don't got to do something. I got to fight harder and change and sacrifice. That's freedom to the black man. Let's be honest. Am I lying? Y'all can text me and say I'm lying on lying. That's freedom the Jew wants. To not have to answer to nobody. To not have to be in order.
Come and go as I please.
Come and go as I please. Not be responsible for nothing or nobody. I'm free. And good things going to happen to me. There you go with the rhyme.
Roll like Terrell Owens. That's what people want to do.
You sit back and do sit-ups in front of my house.
Yeah. Come and go as they please.
Yeah. Throw tantrums.
Yeah, throw tantrums in public and there's no consequence.
Yes. True. Because I want more money.
Yeah.
But you signed a deal.
You're stupid. You signed
a deal.
You need the money when you signed it.
Yeah.
If you didn't need it, you shouldn't have signed it.
There you go. Bet on yourself. Anyway, read verse 50.
Verse 50. And that all the country which they hold should be free without tribute.
Stop. Freedom is also not paying significant taxes.
That's important.
That's freedom. That's God's version of freedom. Because you got to pay taxes to the nation. Now what happens? Now the work you invest into your business and your farming and your agriculture, it continues to diminish. Whether it's military officers coming in there and seizing what they like, whether you have to sit back here, you have to give Esau a third of your profits. Because don't forget, if you're going to obey the Most High, you still have to give Esau the third of your profits back in those days. And you have to give the priest theirs. And you got to keep money for the poor or profits for the poor set aside so they can have something. Your bottom line gets really, really small. The middle class suffers. But this is what hell is, slavery is. So what the Most High is saying is he gave us freedom from tribute. He gave us freedom from foreign invaders, other nations coming into our city and taking what they want, taking your daughter, taking your sons to go to war. This is freedom. This is the prosperity that the Most High rewarded Simon during his time.
This is what people don't appreciate.
That's why I'm explaining it this way. Because nobody wants to see freedom in those lenses. Sorry, go on.
Yeah. People don't want to see, hey, the Most High has given you. You're looking at your lifestyle as it's a minimalist. I'm barely making it. No, you're barely making it. You have a fraction of the fasting that you want to have. But in reality, you have more than 90% of people on the face of the earth. Most people in the world live in shanty houses. They live in houses made of cardboard and aluminum on the side of mountains and stuff like that. People live in huts. People live with crazy small, people that have guns and AKs, and they train their children to carry AKs everywhere. Like that's third world living. Most of the world is third world. So they don't even have the opportunity to have upward mobility. They have to sell their bodies to have food. We're not even in that condition. We don't have our favorite celebrities' lifestyle. That's how privileged.
But you don't know, but they sitting back here eating children to maintain their lifestyle.
Yeah.
They're sitting back here committing lewd and filthy, wicked sex acts
Yeah.
to maintain that lifestyle. What kills you is you see television and you want what people got. And that jealousy and envy about your condition, you never can just see that the Most High truly has blessed you
And those celebrities,
from these wars. Because we're going to read later how the Most High sits back here and blesses us with freedom from wars,
you look,
drama, people wanting to harm you, people out to hurt you, people that want to violate you. There's a lot of things that we aren't conscious of that the Most High is protecting us from to give us the freedom to just get up every day, do our job for the Most High, pay our bills, and find happiness in that. That's peace. That's prosperity. To have a little bit over to sustain yourself. We think prosperity is lifestyles of the rich and famous. Remember that show?
yeah,
Lifestyle of the rich. Come on.
Unlovingly.
I mean, I know that it's kind of outdated. I know it is, but
How I'm living.
yeah, listen. But life, oh, listen, yeah, MTV Cribs, same thing.
Yeah.
It's the same concept that people want that, and that's not what freedom is in the eyes of the Most High. Freedom, you know what freedom is? You have the freedom to do your job and come back and learn the Most High. And there's no obstacles getting in the way of you learning the Most High and getting to know. That's freedom. Isn't that the freedom the Most High was explaining that he was taking us from Egypt for? I am removing you out of your 7-day work week. Because in Egypt, it was a 10-day calendar week, and you worked 7 days. So the Most High was like, I'm going to take you out of that hustle and bustle so you can focus on me. That's what he was saying.
Let my people go that they may serve me.
That's the point. But that's freedom. But we don't look at freedom now. So all Simon did was to fight to remove all the distractions, tax distractions, Greek influence distractions, all of these outside influences that would get in the way of us working to sustain our bills and families and serving the Most High. That is what peace and prosperity looks like. And that is so important to digest. Because if you can accept that is prosperity, clearing the board so you can serve the Most High, clearing the board to remove stressors and negative influences that are pressing in your life, removing all that so you can just please Father. Please the Father.
A lot of times we might think that's boring.
And that is exactly what people think. So they drift to chaos and wickedness because they want more out of life.
Oh,
And that's us being unhappy and brats and just not appreciative of what the Most High has given us so many times.
Just want to bring a point out. And Josephus, you're going to go to Josephus. Just read this point about page 30. It's book 1, chapter 1. And it's book 1, chapter 1, page 30. Book 1, chapter 1, paragraph 4, line 46.
46. Antiquity of the Jews, book 1, chapter 1, paragraph 6. Paragraph 4, line 46. Like it says, when he made no reply and conscious to himself that he had transgressed the commandment of the Most High.
Go ahead.
The Most High said,
Go ahead.
I had before determined about you both.
So he said in the Josephus, it says the Most High told Adam he had a determined lifestyle that the Most High would see that it would better fit Adam and Eve for a particular lifestyle. He had a determined lifestyle that was better suited for their happiness. You know?
how you might lead a happy life.
So the Garden of Eden was a place that the Most High took away all fears, all stresses, all doubts, all working in vain. Read on. Read.
Oh, God.
Yes, sir.
It says, without any affliction.
They said without any what?
Affliction.
So you don't have the health issues, you don't have the mental issues. My psyche is not plaguing me. I don't have mental health problems. I don't have physical ailments. My body's not plaguing me. So my health and my mind are sound. Read on.
It says, and care.
And I'm not worried about nothing. My bills are getting the best of me. Surviving is becoming trouble. Just living life is problematic. Surviving is problematic. Sustaining myself and my family is problematic. Read on.
And vexation of soul.
And I got other people trying to take what I work for, which is vexing me. Because if I don't pay that bill, they're going to come and confiscate it, repossess it, or foreclose on me. Yeah. Or I'm going to get evicted. So I don't got the vexations of life plaguing me. Read.
And that all things which might contribute to your enjoyment and pleasure.
It says, so the Most High did give us a scenario where everything was for our benefit. Read.
It says, should grow up by my providence.
And the Most High said, you don't have to take care of it or think about it or worry about it. The Most High said he'll take care of the things that we don't have to think about. Yeah. Read on.
Of their own accord. Without your own labor.
He says, without your own what?
Labor.
You don't have to work to take care of yourself. I'll take care of you. We had a time where the Most High oversaw all of our needs and we didn't have to work for our needs.
Yep.
Read on.
And painstaking.
And it wouldn't be hard to survive. Read on.
Which state of labor and painstaking would soon bring on old age.
He said, but now you got to work yourself to the bone.
Yep.
Now you got to get old before time because you're doing 16-hour shifts.
Wow.
And it's tearing away at your body. It's tearing away at your mind. Now you're working two jobs to sustain yourself and it's breaking your body down.
Yep.
Breaking your health down. Read on.
And death would not be at any remote distance.
Go ahead.
But now thou hast abused this my goodwill.
So what did we do when we had it all set up and we had the ideal lifestyle that the Most High had in mind for us? What did we do with it?
Abuse goodwill.
We abused the Most High's goodwill. So do we appreciate a simple, easy life? Do we appreciate not having to struggle and strain and stress and fight and scratch just to survive? No, we don't appreciate it. So, because when the Most High sets our life up in a certain way to take away all the vexations of life and the ills of life, we don't look at that as being a happy life. We don't look at that as happiness. Our definition of happiness is not the Most High's definition of happiness. Happiness for me is I get to smoke my trees. I get to roll up in the morning. I get to wake and bake. I get to hit the weekend and run the streets, or I get to meet and greet any new person that I run into and have a good time.
Well, I can just live on government assistance.
And I can explore my flesh. I can explore my flesh all day, every day.
That's a big one right there, bro.
Big, man.
It's just different kinds of pleasure.
It's just different types of pleasure. Read.
It says, but now thou hast abused this my goodwill, and hast disobeyed my commands. For thy silence is not the sign of thy virtue.
But what we don't look at is what the Most High initially, the lifestyle the Most High initially has us set up for. We don't want nothing to do with that. We don't see the good in having our life easy. We don't see the good in it. So therefore, we gotta work in vain. We gotta till the ground and barely make and produce anything that's gonna take care of us. That's why we work check to check.
So with that concept, we listen. Prosperity and pleasure is predicated off the curse the Most High gave Adam and his descendants. Adam and his descendants still have that curse. Now, outside of that curse, the Most High will still give us prosperity and pleasure on top of that curse. But that curse ain't being lifted. Now, how about that? So now, with the fact that you're going to toil, he will give you peace on top of the toil that you can't escape. Now, when you're living wicked, or we're in our nation's punishment, you're going to toil and labor in vain. You're going to toil and then not get nothing out of it. That is what happens when you live wicked, or when your nation is under captivity. Does that make sense? Are we clear on what prosperity is? Prosperity is not the removal of the curse he put all the children of Adam under. We still have to live that way. And if you're living wrong, or if you're being stung by the Most High, then you're spinning your wheels with all your work. You're laboring in vain.
And that prosperity initially was given for free. And now, like Simon, like Judas, like Jonathan, you got to fight for it now.
Now you have to fight to get a little reprieve from your life.
From what the Most High was given for free.
Yes.
Now you got to fight to get back to his providence.
Yes.
His caregiving. Now you got to fight your butt off just to get the life that the Most High was originally trying to give us to begin with.
In the beginning.
Yeah. So I hope we're getting more clarity on what prosperity really looks like.
It goes
What
back.
freedom really looks like.
It goes back to these previous classes. I'm gonna keep saying it goes back.
I went over this concept like around 2 months ago.
Yeah, but also a couple days ago too, because the lie we tell ourselves.
Yeah, that we deserve more.
Nobody likes this concept. And I'm just showing about this.
The question is, how many minutes of class people listen before they say, I don't want to hear this?
I don't want to hear this.
And then they call, you don't want to listen to class tonight. It is all bad news. Tune out.
Yeah.
Spurs are playing. Watch the Spurs. And that'll make you feel
Wembley's doing it.
Not no more. You're looking bad now. Keep going. I'm sorry. Keep
I'll be
going.
missing this game.
It's down 2-1 now.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh, come
I need to bump it up.
on. You stopped me.
It doesn't look good right now.
Listen,
man.
we gotta
It doesn't
go to the finals.
It's not gonna. But anyway, keep going.
Listen, come on.
It's not. It's not.
We have to throw a prayer, brother.
I'm not praying. I'm not sending prayers for Wimby. I'm not doing that. I'm not praying for Wimby. Salah, bless Wimby. Give him 40 on Sunday. Come on. Wimby's not getting prayers up. I'm sorry to say that. Yeah, Salah, my God.
like, what the hell? You got me on the court?
Listen, bless Stephen Cassell's jump shot. Give him some handles. Please.
Put a special spirit.
Stop turning the ball over, Stephon Cassell. Stop. Damn. Cassell, Vassell, all these, y'all ball out anyway. You're adding on to this.
I know, but we run the colors. It's our camp colors.
No, it ain't. Listen. The Spurs colors is not. Look at the colors green. The Spurs got our camp colors. Stop. That's a lie. That is a lie. There's no silver in our colors.
We don't put fringes on basketball.
That's what I'm saying.
No, well, okay. The point is,
Custom made fringes. Wembley does get fringes.
but all we're saying is that you got a lot that there's a lot of blessings that we've gotten that we didn't even think was a blessing.
And that's the point. Because blessings is stability. Blessings are freedom from wars. Blessings is freedom from outside influences taking a little that you got. Well, all what chapter 1 pulled is tied into point more. You're going to have to toil and sweat regardless. You're going to have to do that. So after everybody has to toil and sweat, the $1 million question after that is, okay, now how much of what you make over has to be dispersed to different type of people? And that is an aspect of freedom. You have a bunch of debtors. You have a bunch of government officials taking money from you and taking resources from you. If they are, that's part of your curse. What the Most High did for us is remove when we had sovereignty. When we had sovereignty, he removed all that heavy taxation away. He removed that military presence from the region. That was freedom. Not freedom from work and the grind, and freedom from having to pay what you're to pay to the priest,
Yeah.
and give it to the poor. That never left. You should have give to the poor and to the priest. But what happens is when you got to give to the poor, the priest, the government taxes, the taxes of your fruits, taxes of your salt, now all of a sudden you have nothing to show for your work. And then military guys can come into your house and take what they want. You keep losing.
Yeah, now you got sales tax, you got county tax, city tax, federal tax, you got city tax, property tax.
That's the curse,
Yeah.
of not having sovereignty. There's another verse. There's continuing on First Ezra 4 and verse 50. Let's read that to the brother gets back.
Yes.
First Ezra 4 and 50.
First Ezra chapter 4 and verse 50. Moreover, he wrote for all the Jews.
No, verse.
Oh, so like First Ezra chapter 4 and verse 50. And that all the country which they hold should be free without tribute.
So this is an element of freedom. No extra taxation. Read on.
And that the Edomites should give over the villages of the Jews which they held.
So once again, also foreign nations having control over your neighborhood.
Wow. That's a
That's
major
freedom.
curse.
But that's a
That's
curse.
a curse.
That's a curse. But we're living a curse.
Because they don't care what they feed you. They choose like
They don't care what they feed you. They don't sit back here and they don't care about the conditions they put you in. They don't respect your culture. They don't respect your laws. They don't respect the life you live. So this is what freedom is, from being freedom from policing of the nations. That's what we had also.
You get to have community.
But once again, does that mean freedom from government?
No.
That doesn't mean freedom from government. That doesn't mean freedom from being policed. It just means freedom from your captors policing. Do you think Simon had no law? There was no cops out. There was no black cops like in Jerusalem. Out? You think if Jake wanted to act like fool, they can just do what they want? It wasn't freedom from policing. It was freedom from the nations having so much power over you
In our business.
in our affairs. But that is freedom. But even that is not how freedom is explained. Is it? All the scripture saying is we should have the sovereignty to govern our own people by our own laws. That's freedom. It doesn't absolve us from being obedient and law-abiding citizens. That doesn't even absolve us from paying the taxes you have to pay to God. The tax for the priest, the tax for the tax for the poor. Mm-hmm. Those are still taxes you got to pay on top of the curse the Most High made all of us go through, which is the work we have to commit ourselves to. None of us can escape it. So even with all those burdens in our life, that is still freedom. That's still prosperity. That's still pleasure. So I have to make sure we explain the conditions of life in Israel during a prosperous state.
But we don't even know what community is anymore. We don't know what.
Because we don't respect each other.
We
It's almost like this. And we will get into this eventually. And I hate to say this. I know we sound like the most anti-black, Israelite, pro-black group on earth. I get it. Because it sounds like
I gotta say this though, because there was. I'm gonna be honest with you. There was more than one branch of quote unquote black culture. Black culture wasn't so black and white. It was. I say black culture. About the common black culture. There's that Democrat handout, slave mind, live off the white man mindset sect of our people. Then there was a sect of our people that dealt with self-determination. And we just want the freedom to be men and take care of our own families and have our own and be respected as men. That was a sect of our people that used to live.
Yeah.
And then there's the sect of our people that want to be sellouts. and they want to be, stepping fetches, and they want to.
And then there's a sect of people that don't want to be governed by anybody.
And then there's
That was what I was.
anarchists. And there's anarchists amongst our people that want to live and be savage.
And that's what I was saying. Some of our people don't want to be governed by nobody. They want to just do what they want to do when they want to do it. And whether it's Esau running the government or black people running the government, we don't want no part of it.
But how about these sects of our people have always been there?
Yes.
Before the white man, when we were in Egypt, they had a sect of our people that wanted to be, hey, let me just farm my farms. Let me just be a cattle man. Let me just deal with my animals and be a man and be in peace and have my autonomy as a man. And I'll sit here and gladly take care and pay my tithes, pay my government affairs.
Mm-hmm.
There's you that want to sit here and just live for free.
Yeah.
There's multiple sects of. Are we just gonna be like there's only one type of black person?
No.
Just because the media puts the typical stereotypical black guy has a bald head out. Does that mean every black guy even has a bald head out?
No.
Do y'all look like Michael Jordan? Foreigners that never seen our people think that we're whatever stereotypes are put on television. But there are variations of our people. From Latinos, Negroes, there are variations. And there was a variation that just wanted to be family men, take care of their families, and operate with self-determination, and pay their taxes and whatever bills, and just be about their responsibilities. It's called dignity and honor. There was an element of our people that were honorable. But now there's an element of our people that are they're born in chaos, they live in chaos, and they end up becoming the prison population. Now, why? There's a lot of factors to why. Bad housing, bad neighborhood, poor education, of course, curses, bad parenting. Tasha Wong goes into a part that you said that it's not righteous to have an unlawful brood. Well, just having children to have children to have children,
Right.
but without any kind of order, and that creates more chaos. There is a sect of our people that want their houses and their families in order, and the Bible is really directed towards investing that direction and getting the whole nation to invest that direction. That's the direction of the scriptures. Non-chaos, based off of following order, locking into order. Difference is you still have to be spiritual.
Yep.
If you're what was it called? There was the what's it called? I'm saying the publicans and sinners.
Yeah.
That publican sinner element, that's the more common element of our people. It's the more just common element, the element of chaos, being unlawful, sitting here robbing Peter, pay Paul, that survival mentality. That's a product of slavery, and that's a scarcity mindset. And the Bible teaches us to go against that scarcity mindset. But we think the prosperity mindset is this American dream mentality that is just on television. When really, just being able to properly manage your resources and be spiritual and have your family in order and have something to pass down to your children, that is a good life. That's not taught anymore. That's all I want to put. And partially,
No, I just want to bring up the point because we don't know what freedom looks like. We don't know, and when we do get it, we abuse it.
Yeah.
And so, and some of us want a simple life, but a lot of times those that want a simple life, the Most High is not priority.
yeah,
And then, it's about just sustaining myself.
yeah,
Because a lot of us know how to just go on autopilot.
yeah,
And I just know how to do my job, clock in. I know I partially get my mind to my job. I go through the routine, and then I know how to appease and smile at my job.
yeah,
But then my mind is somewhere else. And then when I get home, my mind is on me.
yeah,
A lot of times, so the Most High got to break us out of certain complacencies.
yes,
Because some of us would just be comfortable just working a job.
yeah,
But then the Most High won't be priority.
yeah,
Or the next person won't be priority. I think the scripture War pulled earlier was in Mark. Was it Matthew 23 or 20? No. It was what did War pull earlier? It was It was
Job,
no. It was Ephesians. It was either Corinthians or Ephesians.
1 Corinthians 10.
1 Corinthians 10:24. Read that, and then get the War pulled that earlier. That was a great point because we also know how to just lock into our own comfort level,
Yeah.
and where nothing else exists around me. And the Most High got to break that too.
Yeah.
Read that.
1 Corinthians chapter 10 and verse 24. Let no man seek his own.
Yeah, because if we're not serving our enemy,
Yeah.
and then we're not serving the Lord, who we gonna serve?
Number one.
There'll still be a God.
There's still gonna be a God, but the God just gonna live at the same address. he share the same household.
Yeah.
But there's still gonna be a God.
Yeah.
Because people got to serve either way.
I would.
Yeah.
That'd be a nice
Yeah. Exactly. And that's what we'll do. The Most High got to get us in position where we appreciate His hand being over us, and not just an enemy's hand, and also still not be where we just completely self-indulge in our own life and our own comforts. And the Most High still got to break that too. Read that again.
Let no man seek his own.
Read.
But every man another's well.
So even if I'm not under the enemy, under the hand of my enemy, I still got to be looking out for my people. My people still got to be priority. And a lot of times, because our people is not priority, is why we got to serve our enemies. So the Most High got to break us one way or another. If you don't want to think about your brother, then I'm going to put you in a position where you and your brother, your whole family's cursed.
You're both cursed.
You're both cursed. Your neighborhood's cursed. Your community's cursed. Everything's cursed. Now the Most High get us. We want to fight out of that, get back into some independence. But now that we're independent, where does our mind have to be at? It has to be on another man's wealth. And we have to look at that as being happiness. I'm happy that my brother's happy. I'm happy that my brother's fed. I'm happy that his household's taken care of. I'm happy that his children are prospering. And we got to look at that as happiness, not just my situation as being happy.
Yeah.
And you look at go to Genesis chapter 31, read verse 41 and 42. Read Genesis chapter 31, read verse 41, 42.
God. Genesis 31 verse 41.
Read that.
Thus have I been 20 years in thy house.
So you know what it feels like to work in vain? This is what Jacob said. He said, this is how life has been 20 years in Laban's house. Read.
I served thee 14
He
years
said, first of all, I served you 14 years straight. Read on.
for thy 2
He
daughters,
said, and what I get out of 14 years of labor, I got you 2 daughters out of 14 years of labor. Read on.
and 6 years for thy cattle.
And I put another 6 years on top of that for your cattle. But in the meantime, you got rich off my labor. Read.
And thou hast changed my wages 10
He
times.
said, you know what I feel like to work in vain?
Do you think the changes kept going up? You think the wages kept going up? Man?
They don't go up.
They don't. Hey, I got some news for you, man. You know, man, this is this grazing. We got to pay all these bills. We got to keep feeding these animals.
Yeah,
The
man.
animals get
Animals are
sick.
tripping.
These animals need medicine.
Yeah.
These animals need medicine.
Feed going up. Feed
Feed
going up.
medicine costs going up.
God. He
They
looks
need
good.
vitamins. Animals need vitamins and minerals.
Corn ain't what it used to be.
Hey, corn going up too.
Corn always going up, man.
It ain't rain like it used to rain.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
They got to bring it in on the ship. They got to ship the feed in.
Yeah.
Look, we get that special feed from Greece.
Yeah.
It's Babylonian feed.
That's the best feed you have.
You know what that means? That means that nothing is consistent. There's no consistency. You working and laboring, and you're getting promises, and you getting promised. Yeah, man, I think y'all gonna make bonus this month. And then you know how it is at the job. You're gonna get a bonus. You get a bonus. Y'all get bonuses. You work 6 months.
You was hard.
Yeah, you get 6 months.
Get a
straight.
bonus.
You get they call you in the office, and they said, "Hey, just you would have qualified for a bonus,
What?
but you were late 3 times.
Ooh.
So we need to clean that up." And then it's like, damn, I did 6 months straight hoping for a bonus, and I got nothing.
Yeah. I
get no raise. And how does that feel when you work in it? You don't see nothing coming from it, and everybody's that's slothful is getting the same pay you getting. It's like, damn, what am I doing then? What am I doing here? What am I doing here?
Yeah.
I'm working for nothing.
Yeah.
Everybody else doing they doing less and they getting the same thing I'm making.
You know, then the party wants to say, "Well, it was your fault for working so hard in the first place."
Yeah.
You messed up. You messed up the word. You 100% working, huh? We don't keep up. We don't keep him.
Yeah, you played yourself.
Yeah, but everybody else can't work at 60%.
That's you on the job. You're doing too much.
That's what the old,
Make it look bad.
old dudes be like, hey man, youngster, slow down. Slow down, youngster. Youngster, you do it. You working too hard, youngster. Slow it down. Pace yourself. Pace yourself, youngster. You doing too much.
That's a real statement.
But you know, that's how I feel. Read on.
Verse 42. Except the power of my father, the power of Abraham, and the fear of Isaac have been with me.
Go ahead.
Surely thou hadst sent me away, now empty.
He said, Jacob said, if it wasn't for the Most High, and if it wasn't for the power of his ancestors, and he says, you would have left me what?
Nothing.
You would have left me with nothing.
That's crazy.
That means when I'm under the hand of men, you know, you'll get left empty-handed. You'll get left with nothing. There's nothing absolutely you can get being dependent on another person taking care of you. Even people that promise you things. So was he really free?
No.
No, he wasn't. Was it? So he said, man, if it was up to man, I'd have nothing. Now we know how that feels. You know how that feels being in the hand of men and not coming home, being able to sustain yourself. We know the feeling. But the Most High, that's why the appreciation for the Most High has to be greater. His will for us got to be greater than our will, because the lifestyle the Most High is trying to give us is something substantial. Read.
It says, the Most High have seen mine affliction and the labor of my hands, and rebuked thee yesternight.
And he said that's why you had them nightmares, because it was my power putting a spirit on you to terrorize you for the torment that you've been doing to me, and that's why your situation hasn't been comfortable. But think about it: if the Most High didn't put the spirit on Esau to where he needed us in a civil war, we'll still be doing what?
Picking cotton.
Picking cotton.
Hey, and you said it perfectly. Listen, as much as we get mad about slavery, slavery was not a pleasure. But thank the Lord, the Most High had Esau like going to war.
Going to war with each other.
I don't like the deal you gave me. I don't like the deal you gave me. That's good for us.
Yeah, it was good.
Don't forget, the reason slavery even happened was because the British found out I can get more out of you by taking you out the plantation and putting you in Section 8 house.
You mean Reconstruction happened?
No.
You said slavery happened?
I said the only reason we got, yeah, but before that, before Civil War actually happened, the British, through their empires, started abolishing slavery. And they started using their shipping power to turn back slave ships back to their scenario. Now, on a worldwide level, they were looked upon like these great humanitarians. But if you read the book Wealth of Nations, Edomite economists just said it's not a cost-effective thing to have slaves. You can't maximize your dollar, the white man's dollar, by having to pay for black people's medicine, pay for their surgeries,
sustain them,
feed them and house them. You're losing more money than you're getting.
And
I can still get 5-letter word people, derogatory word people, you get out of here, to get my jobs done. Because what Britain was doing, they were going towards an industrial age.
Yeah.
And they said, listen, we can get you to work at the factory and then get you in Africa and in India to sit back and work shop job and work cotton jobs or whatever.
Mining.
They can have you do mining jobs and then give you a wage and then own the houses that you have to pay rent. And then so you got to pay me where you live. You have to pay me for your medical and your medicine. And then we still get the money. Just on an economic level, it was more cost effective to eliminate slavery. And then what the British did, because the British and the French, because they were warring white country, fighting for power in their countries, they got so broke from all the wars between the Napoleonic wars with France, between France and England. They needed to re-up their money. So you know what they did? we need to go back to the United States and try to get our money by creating a civil war, because the United States was slow to doing what Britain was doing by banning slavery. They were slow to it. So this is what Britain did, who were powered by the elites of Britain. They said, listen, they went to the South and they said, listen, South, we will give you a better financial break if you send us your cotton and all of your goods and ship it to Britain. You just got to box out the U.S. You got to box out the North.
Yeah.
So this is how you created the rift, and the Civil War was created.
Increase that tension.
So then what North said, hell no, you ain't going to sit back here and send your parts from the South and break us economically. So they banned and eliminated the South from shipping out to Britain. And then when they cut that opportunity out, the South was pissed. Now the South was already declining in their plans and their how they were running their business. They were already declining. So they were desperate.
declining because they depleted the soil.
Yes.
They were depleting the soil by having these crops that were not rotated.
Yeah.
They wouldn't rotate the crops. They would deplete the soil from all the minerals.
So it was on a soil level, and just it was becoming unfavorable around the globe.
Mm-hmm.
So the South was catching a lot of heat for still holding on to this institution that the rest of the world had sort of banned. The British knew it too. But what the British were doing is, listen, we're going to exploit this, create a civil war, and then we'll come in and swoop in once they are broken.
It can I get a likeness to it? A parallel to it is the dope game. I gotta say it. That's slavery is the white man's dope game. Let's keep it real. That's what it
It's
is.
a trap. White man's trap house.
That's the white man's trap house.
White man has many traps. The thing is that
He gonna take the minerals. He gonna kick the doors in.
Yeah.
He's no different. He's just wicked at a higher level.
Mhm.
All the things that the wicked do with the wicked do, they do the same.
yeah.
They exploit the weak.
Well,
on this level.
let's just use this. Esau has low-level hustles and high-level.
Yeah.
But keep going.
But what I'm trying to say is the actual quote unquote dope game can't last forever. They're saying now that technology is so advanced that you can't afford to sell dope anymore because they got cameras, they got all these cameras, and they track the physical bodies. I've seen this. They track the bodies and they have these lines. So if they go to somebody's house, you see the physical bodies. You see what houses have the most bodies going into it. They have a picture with all these lines going to the house. So if you put a camera in the neighborhood, you can say, okay, these must be the dope houses because all these bodies are going to these three houses. So you can't even have a trap house like it used to be because of technology.
Thank goodness.
Well, I'm not
Thank the
listen,
Lord.
listen, I'm not saying it's good. I'm against that.
Thank the Lord there's no trap house. Thank God.
Make it like
It's eliminating trap house.
You can't even sell dope in peace no more. But listen, the time period and the technology doesn't warrant the availability to have people walking up dope sick at the house at 3 a.m. anymore. Those days are over. The technology is caught up. So the dope era is collapsing. That's all I'm trying to say. So when certain evils are no longer available based off the time period, you think slavery didn't have a time period?
Shelf life.
It had a shelf life. The soil is not producing. The cotton ain't growing like it used to. France and Britain have upgraded their slave game. Everybody thinks they're free. They're not. They say, I'm an Englishman. No, you're not an Englishman. You're not an Englishman. Oh, I have the same dignities as any other people. No, you're all debt slaves now. They upgraded the slavery system.
And their game was to sit back and get everybody to embrace the upgrade.
Mm-hmm.
But what they did first, they wanted to sit back and break the United States economy so they can come in and take the U.S. Because what they don't tell you is during the Civil War, Britain had soldiers literally up north in Canada waiting to determine who was going to be the loser.
They had shooters in Canada.
France was in Mexico waiting to swoop and pounce on the loser.
Yeah.
What people don't tell you in history is that the only nation that backed off Russia and France, I'm sorry, I gave it up. Britain and France was Russia. Russia came in and sent their navy to San Francisco and I think Virginia.
To
And
back
what it
them
did is it backed off the British hounds and these French hounds from swooping in and taking over the country. Okay. Anyway, I know we went into broke off a little bit about nations and slavery and all that stuff, but let's try to take it and bring it back.
But it goes to our topic. You're what was happening during slave times? What was happening during Israel being a vassal times? What was happening? What's happening now? It's still the biblical term. The biblical term of happiness is still the term of happiness that matters. Having free people go in your house and do what they want to do because they have a government contract.
Yeah.
Being able to grow your crops in peace.
Yeah, you know, that's the aim. The aim is still the same. You know, Jacob was saying if it was up to Laban, he'll have nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But when you look at being in the hand of your enemy, like Klaus Schwab says, you'll be poor
Have nothing and be happy.
and you'll be happy. You'll own nothing and you'll be happy. That's what they're trying to reinstitute with this technocratic society that's coming in. That you're going to own nothing and still be happy, and we'll
provide everything you need
as a form of a god. We'll be your gods.
Yep.
Like the Most High took care of us in the garden.
And so once again, plenteousness, freedom is really sovereignty and the ability to put your hand to the plow and work and gain what you deserve from the work you put with your hand.
What you deserve is key point.
And that's what you deserve. You know, and what you deserve means your skill set, your understanding, your knowledge, your capabilities. You are going to earn what you are capable of earning. That's all the Most High promised. You know, it's funny when you sit back here and you read about Simon and the great things he did and the stability that he brought the nation. Does that mean there were no poor people? Because the scripture says there's always going to be poor. There's going to always be poor people. That's why the law was instilled to do what?
Take care of it.
To take care of them and make sure part of your money, part of your harvest goes to them. So what does that mean? The nation being in a plenteous position doesn't mean that people that aren't capable to work and challenge themselves and work hard, they're going to sit back here or don't have the mental capability or whatever's holding them back. They're still not going to be successful.
Nope.
All the Most High is promising is that the work that you are capable of producing, you will earn what you deserve to earn. And that, once again, that pops the delusion bubble that we have. No, it really pops the delusion bubble. Because even, do you think the kingdom's going to be any different?
Oh, well, you don't have nothing no
more? Do you think the kingdom's going to be different? You're going to get what you are capable of producing. You're going to gain what you are capable of earning. And you should be happy. And that is your opportunity for pleasure, freedom, and happiness.
So it would be based upon the Most High giving us and allowing us independence for the purpose of uplifting the ones that have not been able to take care of themselves. Our freedom and our liberty is predicated upon our ability to look after the oppressed, the widows, the fatherless, the poor. And that's the purpose of having independence.
Yep.
Is actually to elevate the ones that cannot elevate themselves.
Exactly.
And you know, that's a beautiful society. To take care of the common man and to take care of those that can't take care of themselves, like you said, the widow, the poor, the sick. That's the mission of Christ. Christ came with that mission from the womb.
So, and that's how you know that the Old and New Testament all come together, because it's the same thing. It's the same concept. And when we get our opportunity to get the kingdom, it's going to go back to that same concept. Can we sit back here, live selflessly, and be rewarded for the merits of what you brought to them? Listen, there's still a meritocracy. Didn't Christ say that there's gold work, there's silver work, there's precious stones work, there's wood, hay, and stubble? there's still merit to what you're getting even in the kingdom. You're going to get what you put in, what you gave up, what you sacrificed. And then you should be happy with the lot and the work that you produced and you brought to the table. And the kingdom is going to do that and not have other outside factors getting in the way of what you produce and bring to the table.
And I love this class because the point the Lord's bringing out is beautiful because it says in Ecclesiastes, it says, listen, to eat, drink, and be merry is the gift of life. To work and rejoice in the work of thy hand, it is the gift of God. But we don't, we read it, you just blow past it. Like, okay, I know. You work and you get.
That's what verse I was actually looking at.
Okay, that's in Ecclesiastes.
Yep, I know.
It says it is the gift of God.
Yep. But
we don't know why. Why is it the gift of God? Because you have the ability with the work of your hands to lift up your brother.
And most I gave everybody something to bring to the table. So what do you do with it? And you should be happy of what the Most High gave you. And you should accept that whatever he gave you, you are what you are. And everybody has ample opportunity to get the best out of their circumstance based off what the Lord gave.
And your life has meaning because what you bring to the table can benefit others. You don't have to walk around with low self-esteem or that spirit of being unfulfilled. Your life has purpose, your life has meaning, and you matter to people beyond your looks and beyond your physicality.
That's beautiful. So let's go to Leviticus chapter 26. Leviticus 26, verse 6 through 9.
Leviticus chapter 26 and verse 6. And I will give peace in the land, and ye shall lie down, and none shall make you afraid.
Listen, that is also an aspect of prosperity. You can lay down and not be fearful of somebody raiding into your spot and stealing what you have, violating your family, taking advantage of it.
Yeah.
There is a peace in that. And why are we even going into that? Because this almost sounds like slave time. When master will come in and try to take you home and you can't unbuy. But we have to be conscious that, hey, what the Most High is giving us peace now. There is a confidence that if you do that which is right, and you don't put yourself in harmful situations, he's going to look after you. And that's something that we should be conscious of and be happy because other people don't always have that protection. Continue.
And I will rid evil beasts out of the land.
He says he will rid evil beasts out of the land. What does that mean?
It don't mean just snakes won't be in the garden.
Snakes in the plane won't be so.
No, there will be no snakes in this plane.
Well, what it's saying is, if we're not living right, there's always something around you that can bring you harm.
Yeah.
That can hurt you.
That criminal element.
And you can't ever, listen, you can't ever be relaxed. You can't ever be at peace. Think about jail. Can you ever relax in jail?
That's what it.
Can you ever just not stress about enemies in jail? I don't think you can get real sleep in jail. How can you get real sleep in jail?
Only Mike Tyson can.
Sleep in jail. Hey, if enough guys come out,
You don't want to take that punch though. Hey,
Yeah.
somebody got to take that punch.
He said having freedom and money was more detrimental than being in prison.
Yeah.
You got more sleep in prison.
You got more sleep in prison.
Most people don't have that much.
Only the world champion, only heavyweight champion of the world.
Because being free was more chaotic.
Yeah.
Always being sued.
Yeah.
Always being taken advantage of. People always got their hand out.
Being over trusted.
Yeah.
Bro, listen, everybody else don't want to be in jail. That's the point.
Yeah.
What is he saying? Real peace is not having to stress about dangers that could hurt you, that could harm you. And I don't think that is how most of us, he daily loads us with benefits. I don't think we are aware of how much danger he keeps us from.
We're not.
How much harmful situations that the Most High removes us from because we serve him. And whether you're a woman, a young woman, older woman, whatever the case is, and you're sitting back here operating in life, and the Most High gives you peace, and you'll hear stories about other people having problems going on in their life, being harmed, being hurt. These are real things that we are not aware of because we're so overconsumed with what we're losing and suffering that we're not conscious how the Most High is keeping danger away.
He keeps us away from societal advantage,
Yes.
societal curses. Because there's a such thing as societal curse.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, I will give you freedom from societal ills and curses. We don't think that's you think that's a gift, that's a guarantee? Is it supposed to be that way?
Yep.
It's supposed to be this way?
We're lucky and we're fortunate. Let's continue.
Neither shall the sword go through your land.
That's Jesus. Neither shall the sword go through your land. It really is. If when the sword goes through your land, that means you're losing family, you're losing friends. There's no peace.
Yeah.
There's permanent damage, psychological,
Yes.
that you have to carry and deal with for the rest of your life. He says he has enough love for us if we're not wicked to remove that from us. Because all the damage and all the things that we suffer in the world and coming to the truth and all the baggage that we bring in, he showed us we don't have to have no more. There's no more baggage to carry if you serve the Most High with gladness and joyfulness.
That's heaven on earth.
There's no more trauma.
Because also too,
trauma.
And also too, the sword in the land is also pandemic.
Yeah.
You just waking up and got boils on your arms, and you only got 40 hours to live. That's a hell of a sword.
Talk about the Ebola.
Yeah, you gotta have Ebola. You have to have you got years ago something about a war. Titalitz.
The Issachar, that plague that hit them.
Yeah. You have the plague of burning
the burning of the blood going out of the eyes. Yeah.
The blood coming out the eyes. You don't have to deal with pandemic. That's still
plagues. Yeah,
plagues are a sword also. So whether it's intense criminality or plagues, you have freedom from that. That's almost heaven on earth.
Mm-hmm. But like Shamshawan said, not having all that drama for a lot of people look at life as being boring.
Drama free.
But drama free is boring for people. A lot of people want that excitement.
That's the mind of a fool.
People want it. When things are too quiet and too stable, people get unhappy too.
You know, it's no different than the prodigal son.
Yes.
The prodigal son couldn't explore his lust.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't have fun being in his father's house. But his father had everything taken care of. But he had no fun in living life. So he said he went and wasted all his living. But he wasted all his living on riotous living.
Yes.
Why would he waste his living on riotous living? Because he wanted to have fun.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to get out there and do what other people do.
Yep.
I wanted to go out there and see what happens when, you step away from your house, and see what life, they're living life to the fullest of their ability.
Righteous and luxurious. Wanton. It's festival indulgences.
It's party, man.
He wants to party. He wants to have fun.
He wants to have some fun.
Yeah, I got a whole lot of money.
Yeah.
I got to have fun.
Yeah. That's what people want. That's what people think about.
Yeah, I know.
They think about rising and living.
Yeah.
People don't know what peace is. You get Job chapter 22. Read verse 21. People don't appreciate what the Most High has to give us and what it is.
Did we have that one come up with Lord?
Yes.
Job chapter 22.
No, let's just do this.
Tahalom Racha, Shal Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Baya Sha'alam. Yahweh Hashem Yal Shabbatah.
Oh man.
So a lot of us don't know what peace looks like.
Right.
So the Most High is really trying to stabilize our lives, but not so we can be self-indulgent, but we can look out for other people, be a benefit to other people. Read that.
Job 22.
Verse 21.
Job chapter 22 and verse 21. acquaint now thyself with him.
So what peace is getting to know the Lord. That's not enough for people though.
I know.
Getting to know the Most High and having a relationship with him and being acquainted with his proverbs and his wisdom, that's not that important for people. He says, acquaint now thyself with the Lord. Read.
And be at peace.
And what?
And be at peace.
And what is peace? It's when you acquaint yourself with the Most High.
Yes.
When you learn how to think like the Lord, and you know how to give yourself to what the Most High wants from you. He said that's actually a peaceful life. And be content with the fact that I know the Lord, I know his will. And I know what he wants from me. And it ain't about what I want in my life. It's about what the Most High wants from me in my life. He said, acquaint now thyself with him and be at peace. Read on.
Thereby good shall come unto thee.
And if you make a life of learning the Most High and acquainting yourself with the Most High, and you're okay with that you have a duty and a respect for the Lord, he says, what will happen?
Thereby good shall come unto thee.
Then good gonna come to you. Then I'll let the Most High provide me from the choices I make to serve him. He'll give me what the good, what his good is. Not what my good is, what his good is. He said, good shall come to me. Read on.
It says, receive, I pray thee, the law from his mouth.
And if I'm obedient to the law of his mouth, which means I put myself in a position of listening and learning, read on.
And lay up his words in thy heart.
And I try to, as much as possible, memorize his words and meditate on his words. Read on.
If thou return to the Almighty, thou shalt be built up.
He said he'll do what?
Thou shalt be built up.
So our life in prosperity, what prosperity is and having a good life is how close can I get to the Lord? Because if I can put myself and acquaint myself with the Lord, then the Lord will give me a good life. That's what being at peace should look like, is serving the Lord and understanding his way of thinking. He'll build me up. He'll take care of me. Sometimes that's not enough. Read on.
Thou shalt put away iniquity far from thy tabernacle.
Go ahead.
Then shalt thou lay up gold as dust.
He said, then you'll lay up gold as what?
As dust.
When does the Most High really start bringing the benefit? When does he start bringing the blessings and the rewards and the riches or wealth that people fight for on a daily basis? He doesn't give it to us until we learn to serve him and put away iniquity and be obedient and meditate upon his law, statutes, and commandments. Then he says you'll lay up gold as what?
As dust.
Which means in abundance. Because there's plenty of dust everywhere. All you got to do is go check your house. Dust everywhere. But he said you'll lay up gold as dust.
Yeah.
Because he was saying that the riches come easy once you learn what priority is. And if you're okay with being at peace, serving the Lord, you have a good life. Read on.
And the gold of Ophir as the stones of the brooks.
Meaning the best quality gold. Gold of Ophir is known as the best quality. He said it'll be in abundance. It'll be everywhere, easily accessible. Read on.
Yea, the Almighty shall be thy defense.
And who shall be your defense?
The Almighty shall be thy defense.
Did he say your money will be your defense?
The Almighty shall be thy defense.
So what's your confidence?
The Lord.
Your confidence isn't in your job. The confidence isn't in the money. The confidence is the fact that the Most High will take care of me from this point on because I chose to make a commitment to him and be acquainted with him. He said, the Lord shall be thy defense. Read on.
And thou shalt have plenty of silver.
And on top of the fact that the Most High is my defense, the residual outcome is I got plenty of what?
Silver.
Then the Most High, not only am I trusting in him, but he's also providing silver and gold on the back end. But that doesn't come until you first make a commitment to serve him and be okay with a life of understanding, a life of wisdom, a life of obedience, a life of receiving instruction, a life of getting to know the Most High. Then he'll take care of the needs. A lot of times our priorities are backwards. We chase silver and gold and then try to think that the money's gonna be my defense.
I'm trying to skip.
Bring you peace.
Yeah, then the money's gonna bring me peace. Then the job, my career path is gonna bring me peace. It's actually backwards. The career has to be in the Lord. Then the peace, the blessings, the gold, the silver, all that come after the fact.
Isn't that the idea? More money, more problems. Now it makes sense.
Yeah,
Because you skip the Lord.
You skip the Lord.
You skip Christ.
You skip the Lord. You skip the relationship with him.
Yeah. So why would he bless you with riches and peace at the same time?
Yeah.
That comes from the Lord.
And bypassing him. It don't make sense. So that's why Simon is having the success that he's having. Because he's choosing to put the Most High first, and the Most High is bringing peace. He's bringing defense. He's alleviating the burden of his enemies off of him. Just to tie it back in, Simon is now seeing the benefits of serving the Lord. And we need to learn and pick up from that.
And a lot of us couldn't, in our youth, see it until you see a lot of mistakes happen. Until you took a lot of mistakes, we make a lot of mistakes ourselves. Then we see the goodness of the Lord. It's almost like Adam. We have to get kicked out of the garden to see how we had it.
So you're saying that we gotta first live a life of chaos.
Yeah.
And then get tired of it. And then cry to the Lord. And then the Lord come and save us. Then we appreciate it.
God. And the funny part is that, so he said, that's what you need. If this is what you need to see God, then hear these curses. And you wake up and you say, you reach out to me. This doesn't sound like a good thing, but the blessing is at least we're not wasting our whole life being godly. If you had a little pain in the beginning and then it made you seek the Lord, then what yes, it was painful, but what was the purpose of the pain? The purpose of the pain was to bring it to the Lord. Well, the Lord is like, the Bible says, he said, I am thy exceedingly great reward. The Most High himself is your reward. Whatever it takes to get you to the Father, whatever it takes to get you to bond with Christ, that's the reward. That's the goal. That's the silver. That's why you get gold and silver, because you start seeing that nothing else matters but Christ and the Father.
Yep.
Everything else is just everything else. It doesn't have any meaning. It's just a tool. It's a defense. Money is a what? It's a defense. But your all in all is the Father.
Yeah. You know, I was reading about Aristotle. He said discipline and punishment should be enforced on a child as training until obedience becomes their desire. It was a strong point, because he's saying that whooping somebody and causing them to get pain and causing them pain should only be used as a training method until obedience becomes their desire.
Yes.
And then you don't have to whoop anymore.
Yeah.
But it's like a child. You tell a child, hey, stop running, you're about to hit your head. You know, bump your head on the coffee table.
Yeah.
And then they keep running.
Yeah.
And they keep running. So, pow, they bust their head, hit their head on the floor, hit their head on the chair or something. Then they coming back crying, screaming to you. Well, what happened to you? I bumped my head. Why you bump your head? I was running. You gonna listen this time? Yeah, I'll listen this time. But we do that to the Lord all the time.
That's really what we do.
That's really what we do as adults. We run in our life freely, independent, until we hit a wall, until we go to jail, until we get some type of backlash from living wrong. And then we want to cry back to the Lord, and Lord, pull me out of this situation.
Help me.
But then we really have to go that far for him to help us, or we could have just stayed obedient the whole time.
That's why I want to pull the scripture to
Cut.
your point. Ecclesiasticus, chapter 30, verse 1. It's just the straight clarity of what you're saying. Ecclesiastes 30 and 1.
We got to keep going after this though,
God.
because there's more verses that kind of still tie in.
No, this isn't lost.
No, I'm not saying. I'm just saying we have more. There's more verses that still talk about all these things you understand. There's more things.
Ecclesiastes chapter 30 and verse 1. He that loveth his son causeth him oft to feel the rod, that he may have joy in him in the end.
So what's the point? The joy that he feels is what you were saying, chapter 1, about maybe he'll desire obedience more than liberty, freedom, and chaos.
Right. But that's a learned behavior. Sometimes we got to learn the hard way.
And so the more we get stung, it should inspire a desire for something.
Mm-hmm.
But you get a good product.
Yep.
Okay. Let's do finish Leviticus 26. Let's read verse 8 and 9. Leviticus 26, verse 8 and 9.
Leviticus chapter 26 and verse 8. Leviticus chapter 26 and verse 8. And 5 of you shall chase 100.
When it means for 5 of us to chase 100 of our enemies, all that means is the world and the nation will have fear and respect for us. And that brings peace too. When a nation fears and respects you, you know you can rest more calmly and relax when you don't think, when you know the rest of your enemies don't really want any smoke.
Yeah.
That is an aspect of freedom and prosperity. Because back in those days, remember those times, those stories about Genghis Khan, these guys just rolling horses out.
Yeah.
And as soon as you hear all these horses, you know your life is over. Right? They're
Everything.
gonna just wipe out the whole camp out. That's how life was. Living in fear that, you know what, especially if you weren't living in Jerusalem, you didn't live in some city that had all these walls.
Yeah,
Guess
walled
what?
cities.
You're susceptible to being just raided out. And you got to sit back every night and say, man, they can come at night try to take my family. They can come in the day and take my, I don't know what's going to happen. Remember we read in that Nehemiah when the walls were broken down?
Yes.
And they were coming in and just, the fear that raiders would come in and take your children and your daughters and your sons
Human
and your
trafficking.
wife was a real fear. And they had to hurry up and rebuild the temple so that their enemies wouldn't come, because the enemies didn't respect and they weren't afraid of us. That is hell. He's saying peace is the opposite. When the nations don't want to fight you, when there's peace, they're afraid of you. This is why Simon and John, they were going through all those wars and they gained that reputation that these guys aren't to be messed with. Give them their space, let them live their life. We don't want it. That is peace, and we need that. Okay, read on.
Leviticus chapter 26, verse 8. And 5 of you shall chase 100, and 100 of you shall put 10,000 to flight, and your enemies shall fall before you by the sword.
Verse 9.
Verse 9. For I will have respect unto you, and make you fruitful, and multiply you, and establish my covenant with you.
So let that go and go back to First Maccabees 14 and verse 9.
First Maccabees chapter 14 and verse 9. The ancient men sat all in the streets, communing together of good things, and the young men put on glorious and warlike apparel.
During Simon's time, he says the old folks can come out here and just talk about good times. There's just peace. People can relax and enjoy the work of their hands, relax and enjoy the city, relax and enjoy the nation, and find just peace and comfort that their children have a life that's going to be stable. And that's what it is. When you get older, you just want your children to be okay. You want to make sure they grow up into a stable life, and you get to enjoy your grandchildren, you get to enjoy your family, you just enjoy life. That's what you want. You don't want no more wars. You don't want no more stress. And he's saying, when Simon ran things the right way, the older folks were able to sit back here, do their thing, and the sons were strong, vivacious.
Yeah.
There was hope. There was a future. When it also says this, he says, and the young men put on glorious and warlike apparel. What does that mean? We had an army. We had an army. We had stability. There was hope for our future.
We had defense.
We had a defense. This is part of our sovereignty. This is part of our prosperity.
Also,
When we don't have no army, what are we doing?
but the young man, when a young man, army has they're a collective body.
Yep.
And they have a purpose. But you look at our young men today, man, pants sagging,
Shooting sideways.
no future,
No hope.
no hope. They almost look like it's almost done. Like when you look at our young generation, it ain't many of them that look like they're about anything substantial.
Yeah.
You know, and just to see men that's not gang related or together in a doing some criminal activity, it really brings tears to the old people's eyes.
Yeah.
Because sometimes even when we show up to people's houses, people go into tears.
Yeah.
They go into tears seeing us show up because they say, man, I never thought I'd see brothers that ain't arguing and fighting with each other actually working together. It's a beautiful thing. And then they cry because they haven't seen it. They say, we haven't seen this type of unity or this type of harmony in 20 years. We haven't seen this type of unity, a type of harmony since the 60s or since the 70s. So the old people are happy to see a community that can function together because they haven't seen it since childhood. They haven't seen it as a collective since they were young. And then so people need to see hope. They need to see inspiration. And that's beautiful when you see young men in the army. Remember we used to march. We used to go down to street speaking. We was on the east side.
Yeah.
And the old man would sit in his car.
Yeah.
He would every time he sees us coming out the building and marching down to the corner for street speaking, he would pull over and wait in his car. It'd be hot as hell outside too. It'd be like 105. And he'd just sit in his car and he said, "Man, you know what I like seeing?" He said, "I like seeing y'all march down to the corner." He said, "Y'all look like angels marching down the street."
Yeah.
He said when the saints go marching in, he said, "Man, I watch y'all and I listen to y'all because y'all give me inspiration." This dude had a broke down car with no AC, but he would sit there the whole time and watch us march to the corner or listen because he needed something to see to inspire him not to quit or give up or to have hope.
Wow.
It's a wonderful thing.
Yeah. Okay. So continue. So it says the older folks are able to see the glorious young men in war regalia. It's like when you go to I know it's kind of weird, but you see North Korea.
Yeah.
And they put a lot of stock into like their soldiers.
Their military.
And they're walking
Yeah.
through.
They're
doing
presentation.
The presentation is China's the same way. Russia, it's all the same way. They have pride in their soldiers and their youth and their history and their sovereignty and the protection of their nation. That matters to country. That matters to people.
Yeah.
And knowing that these are the young men that are going to defend your nation next. They're going to look after you next. There is a harmony and there's a peace of mind in it. Okay, continue.
First Maccabees chapter 14, verse 10. He provided victuals for the city.
They say on top of creating military stability, or opening up the ports and eliminating those wicked influences. Then he sits back here and helps to restock all the cities in case there's sieges at different times. Read it again.
He provided victuals for the city and set in them all manner of munitions.
So once again, we just read about there's military men. He's building a military. We didn't have militaries ever. Now he's building militaries. Then he comes around and he sits back here and has enough munitions for every of the cities of Judea to protect themselves. This is where the allocation of funds went. This is where, when they open up that port city in Joppa, where did the profits go? Where'd the money go? Where'd the income go? To building up a military, to sit back here and stock up on weaponry and food and supplies. This is what good leaders do.
Yeah.
Set up munitions, set up supplies for the body in case of a rainy day, which should be another reminder for us. But this is what literally Simon did. So he kept putting into sitting back here and making sure there was survival and sustaining for the body. Okay? Because, we had other cities like Lachish and there's some other cities that had smaller fortifications that needed rearmament and supplies to protect. So he's sitting back here, not just stabilizing Jerusalem where he lived, he's setting up Gaza. He's setting up all these cities where we're at and fortifying it so we can be strong across the board. Bethsura. If we take over Bethsura, that's another stronghold that's right next door to Edom. They had to make sure the munitions and the weapons were ready to stave off any Edomite attacks. So when his son, John Hyrcanus, comes in, he comes in with a fully stocked armament to go to war with Edom, because that's what he eventually does. He goes to war with Edom right to the south. But how can you do that if your dad didn't set the armaments and the weaponry ready to get it done? Read on.
So that his honorable name was renowned unto the end of the world.
The truth is, your name, you're respected when you set your nation up and stabilize, even on a global scale now. Putin is beloved in Russia. Contrary to what media might say that he's dropping in popularity polls, this guy has been in power since 2000. He had, because of, I guess, Russia's rules, I think you can run for office for like 15 to 18 consecutive years. You got to give it up. So Medvedev came in, then he came back in after Medvedev. Point is, the people love him because they know where Russia was pre-Putin and how stronger they are after Putin. And if you don't believe me, ask Tucker. Tucker went out there, was eating bread, and went to a grocery store, and it was like bread is like $1 out in Russia.
There's an American that he's on YouTube and he posts videos of him walking down the street, and he said, "I'm never going back to America."
There's no crime. There's very little crime. All those 5-letter groups aren't tolerated out there.
Yeah.
There's Christian values out there.
There's black dudes out there too. There's black dudes in Russia. I'll be checking it out.
I saw one black guy, this black fake rapper, low-level rapper guy.
No. Okay.
Okay.
It is. There's a culture.
There is racism. That's not front. They don't like dark skin people.
I'm not. Listen. I'm just saying that they're living out there like we're living out here.
Okay.
They
They might not love them.
They got oxtails too. And it's probably a cheaper price. You can get oxtails in Russia at a good price. Right?
I think the black guys out there in Russia are African. I know there's not a lot of
No, it's black.
black dudes.
There's black dudes.
You could be right.
And now, but brother,
Well, I saw a Ghanaian guy. And he was from Russia because his father was a diplomat.
but we always. I got it.
You could be right. I ain't been to Russia, so I don't know where the black Russians are. There could be black Russians.
I know when the war started in Ukraine, they had black Ukrainians, and they didn't let them get on the bus when they were evacuating certain cities.
Wow.
Well, I'm gonna say Ukraine is bad.
Yeah.
Ukraine is bad for this. Their army. I keep forgetting the majority of their army. They put it this way. During the time of World War II, when the Germans were coming across from Germany all the way to Russia, before they got to Russia, they stopped in Ukraine, and the Ukrainians embraced the German soldiers, the Nazis. One of the main reasons they embraced the Nazis because the Nazis fed them and they protected them. Stalin was a bad guy. Stalin was killing, mass murdering Ukrainians. Literally, when he set up his Bolshevik regime, one of the ways he had to do it, or he chose to, I'm not saying he chose to do it. Ukraine was the breadbasket of Europe. Ukraine was the breadbasket of Russia. So that's where all the grains and all the sustainable ways of feeding the people came from Ukraine. Ukraine was a part of Russia. Stalin sat back here and gave orders that all of your crops gets taken from your farm and it goes to the cities. Moscow, St. Petersburg, all the big cities took all the grain from Ukraine and the Ukrainians were starving. Literally starving. So this is why you had to, there was a movement led by a guy named Stefan Bandera who sat back here and was pushing the Nazi movement to separate themselves from Russia because Stalin repeatedly starved out the people of Ukraine. Constant. And he took all their resources and what they do, the Ukrainians would hide some of their food, they would find it and shoot the farmers and bring other farmers in to replace them. The Ukrainian people were dying because of Stalin. So what did they do? They grasped the next regime that they thought would embrace them. But what happened is the Nazi regime was being fed even after the war. There were movements and pushing of the Nazi regime even in Ukraine, and they were backed by the who? CIA. And the CIA used these issues and these rifts between Ukraine and Russia, and they were cultivating it all the way to present day. And it's the Azov battalions. The Azov battalions literally have Nazi symbolism. What do you call the lightning? The lightning SS. That they have all those symbols come from the Azov battalion, and the Azov battalion is one of the major battalions that run the Ukrainian military.
With the neo-Nazi
Yes,
mentality.
they're heavy in Ukraine, but that movement was financed and fed by the CIA to slowly over time break down Russia. But the sad thing is, the people in Ukraine had a good reason to hate Russia because of what Stalin was doing to them. All of it, all Esau is very good at nurturing bad blood, nurturing rifts, nurturing disconnects, nurturing societal differences and political differences, and they nurture it and they nurture it and they nurture it until they have an opportunity to take advantage of it. So a lot of those Nazi sympathizers came from the mid-40s when the Ukrainians were getting screwed over from the beginning. So all that being said, I almost forgot
The point is that this is why they hate black people.
yes, that was why they're not into black people. And Russia still has those roots, even in Russia also. But I was going back and talking about Russia because of what Putin did for his people. And how, don't forget, before Putin, it was Boris Yeltsin, Mikhail Gorbachev, and both of those guys ushered in United States business coming and destroyed Russia. Russia was impoverished. What do you call it? Alcoholism was at an all-time high. Prostitution, the city had broken down. The nation had broken down. Putin came into power and rebuilt everything. They were taking out the gas price. Listen, they were taking out all the oil and natural resource from Russia at dirt cheap prices. Putin comes in and says, "Listen, man, we're gonna sit back and sell our oil market value and not give you no more deals." And situation for situation, he kept rebuilding Russia.
He's been a fixer.
He fixed and he took it to the next level. He increased military spending, but smartly. He made all the right decisions like Simon was doing, like great leaders do.
He's there.
They make sure that the people and the nation get stabilized. This is what made Simon Pope. You have to strengthen your military. You have to strengthen your munitions. You have to strengthen your supplies. If you can't establish supply line, you lose wars anyway. This is how. Listen, militaries run off bellies and military supply lines. If you don't have both of those things, you can't protect a nation. You have to make money in your seaports. This is why Russia has this seaport in not Sevastopol. This is why Crimea was such an important area that they fought for in 2014. Crimea, and there's not Stalingrad. There's a Kaliningrad. There's another seaport that Russia uses that's near Lithuania. And they keep it because that's the only warm water seaport that they need to sit back and ship their goods in during the winter. Point is this: without your seaports, without your munitions, without your weaponry, without your army, you can't run a nation. And this is whether it's in present day or even back in the day. It's all the same thing. Okay.
I'm glad you brought it up because it's not like we're just going on some Bible crazy, Bible rage madness thing. Listen, bro, the Bible is just giving you the clearest, most efficient way to run a society.
Yep.
Where it's fair to people.
Got it. So now let's continue. First Maccabees 14:11.
First Maccabees chapter 14 and verse 11. He made
Matter of fact, let's go to Deuteronomy 28. Deuteronomy 28. Verse 8 through 13.
Deuteronomy chapter 28.
I saw that too. I saw a black rapper out there doing his thing.
Yeah.
But they're still discriminating.
I come with it.
Oh my goodness.
Come with the territory.
That's crazy. Read that out.
Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 8. The Most High shall command the blessing upon thee in thy storehouse.
So the thing is this: the Most High said the blessing will come to your storehouse. The $1 million question is, when you get opportunities to build up your storehouses, what are you doing? What did Simon do? Simon could have built his storehouses up. There's a lot of Jews that will sit back here and build their storehouses up first.
Yeah.
Then they'll sit back here and they'll talk about the body.
Yeah.
What did the Most High do? What did Simon do? I have an opportunity to come up. What do I do?
Put myself second.
I put myself second and I make sure the body has their storehouse. Once the body is stored up, then I'll go work on mine. I see people even now individually trying to build up their storehouses before putting the body first. And this is how the Jew thinks. I'm going to stack my storehouses up. And then when everything goes bad, go to the camp for resources.
Oh, yeah.
And then when I still have my storehouse in the back. You know, people have told me, yeah, but you need to sit back and store up. I said, man, what good is it for me storing up in my house and I have a bunch of stuff? How can I live with myself if I got everything I need and all the camp I'm responsible for has nothing? Is that really fair? Is that really right? For me to stack up and stack up and stack up and stack up and have everything me and my family needs, but everybody else is hurting? I can't live with myself if that's how it goes. That's at least the stance you got to take going in. But Simon understood that the storehouse of the people had to be first. And then whatever Simon will get after that, then you get what you got to get. But he made sure neighboring cities, neighboring fortresses had what they needed first. And that is an aspect of the blessing. We're done.
And in all that thou settest thy hand unto, and he shall bless thee in the land which the Most High thy power will give it thee.
And he'll bless you even more
Oh,
when you take your resources and storehouses and make the nation right first. Then come back around and do you. Read on.
The Most High shall establish thee a holy people unto himself, as he hath sworn unto thee, if thou shalt keep the commandments of the Lord thy power, and walk in all his ways. And all people of the earth shall see that thou art called by the name of the Most High,
yeah.
and they shall be afraid of thee.
Mhm.
And the Most High shall make thee plenteous in goods, in the fruit of thy body, and in the fruit of thy cattle.
It's just like in the old times. You could have 5, 7, 10 children and feed them. You can provide all the mouths in your household. As time progresses, every time you have a child, you gotta think very critically. Can I afford this child? They say, I don't know if it's true or not. They say to raise a child now it costs $300,000 to raise them. $100,000 to $300,000 to raise a child. That's crazy, bro. But that's what's said nowadays. So the economy is weaponized against people that want to bear children. Most High says, if you serve me, I will allow you to have as many children as you want, and you'll be able to provide and feed these children and care for these children. Keep reading.
And in the fruit of thy ground, and in the land which the Most High swear
We don't
thy
even have
father.
ground. We don't even own property. And if you have property, you got to pay infinite taxes, and you got to contest the damn taxes. You got to keep going downtown and say, hey, man, these taxes that y'all are putting, we got to protest these taxes. That's an accurate assessment of the value of my property. You're inflating the value of my property to super tax. Keep reading.
In the land which the Most High swear unto thy fathers to give thee. And the Most High shall open unto the heaven to give the rain unto thy land.
And
in
keep
his
going. The Lord is the one to open the heaven. Listen, this is guy online, right? This white dude that jumped out of a plane and fell into a cloud with a GoPro camera. And he was in this blue sky. You saw that? He was in the blue sky, went to the white cloud, and as soon as the cloud, it was all raindrops. Those little white clouds, it's just raindrops like blowing around in these clouds. Then he went out the raindrops and went back in the sky, back in the regular sky, and was falling down. So those raindrops that we take for granted, when you look in the sky, you see a little army of clouds. Those are blessings for your crops. Without the clouds
Clouds are blessing.
clouds are a blessing. Listen, we saw in the back garden. We saw when it rained, it's like those greens were on steroids.
Yeah.
The water out, we spray water with the garden hose. It wasn't growing like that. Let it be actual rain with the nitrogen in the soil and whatever the Most High puts in the rain, and also these plants Their growth is almost exponential. Like within like a couple of days, you saw greens and you saw different, cilantro, whatever it was out there, grow extremely. What am I trying to say? If we had land, if we had property, if we lived off the land, when you see those clouds, that's the Most High bringing you a blessing to your family. He's bringing food to your family. He's feeding your family with the clouds. So there's a significance in the Lord dropping rain on your property. It's not like the idea of, if he didn't drop rain, what would we do? We wouldn't have any food. We'd be in a famine. You're in a famine when you don't have any clouds. You're in a famine when there's no precipitation, no rainfall. Keep reading.
And to bless all the work of thy hand.
And key point, blessing your efforts. When you're on the Most High's good side, he rewards your efforts. When you're on the Most High's bad side, you can go hard as you want to go, and there's nothing. The Most High puts what you get, it goes to a bag with what? Holes. You get these traffic tickets, you get these debts out of nowhere, you get these crazy expenses, or you have accidents, or you have medical bills. You have scenarios that you can't control that cost money you can never get ahead like you want to.
Mm-hmm.
He keeps us in a position of humility that way.
So you did what verse you guys get?
I was just reading what we were going.
Did you get to verse 13 yet?
We're on 12.
Okay, keep going.
Thou shalt lend unto many nations, and thou shalt not borrow.
Now listen, we haven't gotten during time of Simon, we didn't get to that position, but we at least got economically stable.
Yeah.
To stabilize our country. Read on.
Verse 13. And the Lord shall make thee the head and not the tail.
All of this is going into when you're at the top, when you're above sovereignty and you are a dominant nation in the world. We didn't get to it. This is just Deuteronomy 28, 1 to 15, when we're on top and we're completely getting blessed.
Yeah.
That's different. Where we're at now is just basic in economic stability for our country. So let that go. We don't go any further because that's not our life now. Or the life during time of Simon. Go to 1 Maccabees 14 and verse 11.
1 Maccabees chapter 14 and verse 11. He made peace in the land, and Israel rejoiced with great joy.
Mm-hmm.
For every man sat under his vine and his fig tree.
Listen, that is important. You have your own stuff. You have your own land. You have your own allotment that was given to you by your ancestors. And it's up to you what you do with the blessing he gave you.
Yeah.
Read on.
And there was none to fray them.
And then, well, what does fray mean? There was none to fray them. Let's look up fray real quick. 1828. I would imagine fray is to interfere, but let's just do it. Listen, fray, definition 1 and 2. Matter of fact, give me two verse and then 1 second.
Fray in Webster Dictionary, line 2, a combat, a battle, also a single combat or duel.
He's saying if when you're pleasing the Most High and the city is at peace, there's nobody to fight. That is important. We're so conditioned now to create an enemy that we're not at peace if we don't have enemies. It's the truth. We look for drama. We look for somebody, this person's hating on me. You look for it. He says when life is right and you're doing what the Most High wants, there's no enemy. There's no contention. There's no significant contention. And that is a blessing. That's all. I don't need any more definition of pray. That's the one. Continue. 1 Maccabees 14.
You want to read verse 12 again?
Yes.
1 Maccabees chapter 14 and verse 12. For every man sat under his vine and his fig tree, and there was none to fray them.
Mm-hmm.
Neither was there any left in the land to fight against them.
Mm-hmm.
Yea, the kings themselves were overthrown in those days.
So he says all the kings and oppositions were eliminated. And that is a form of the prosperity that the Most High was providing Simon and the people. Hold that. And go to Psalms chapter 30. in verse 2 through 6.
Psalms chapter 30 and verse 2. Psalms chapter 30 and verse 2. O Lord, my power, I cried unto thee, and thou healed me.
This is important because this prayer is what David sent to the Most High. And this is a reflective prayer. I mean, this is after he has gotten through the issues and the problems and the mindset you're supposed to take even after the affliction and the storms have gone through your life. Read on.
And thou hast healed me.
So we have cried, prayed to the Most High, and the Most High has healed you. Read on.
O Lord, thou hast brought up my soul from the grave.
Let's see, the Most High brought up David's soul from the grave because he stayed in order. Read on.
Thou hast kept me alive, that I should not go down to the pit.
Done.
Sing unto the Lord, O ye saints of his, and give thanks.
Keep it there. Go ahead. Right there. Keep going.
And give thanks at the remembrance of his holiness.
Okay. And give thanks at the remembrance of his holiness. This is important because how many times do we talk about our own personal testimonies? How many times do you remember the scenarios that the Most High sat back here and bailed you out of or came through? What we do is we get blessed, we get hooked up, and we keep looking for the next blessing.
Yep.
Versus remembering how many times he's bailed you out of issues and come through for you when you didn't earn that opportunity or that blessing. Read on.
For his anger endureth but a moment.
And once again, this is like I said earlier, the reminder of everything you went through and the reminder that even though I went through something, it really was for a moment. Now, when you're going through it, does it feel like a moment?
No.
It feels like an eternity. It feels like I've been catching the trials of Job for years. But you feel that way when you're in the midst of it. But when you get out of it and he comes through for you, then you realize, man, it wasn't that long. It wasn't that bad. Even through these difficult times, the Most High is there looking for me, and he quickly removed me from the situation. Read on.
In his favor is life. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning.
He said, you are going to weep. You're going to get brought low. But if you hold on, the joy is longer than the weeping. The pain isn't as long as the blessing and the good that comes behind it. Read on.
And in my prosperity I say, I shall never be moved.
And this is important. In my prosperity, I shall never be moved. What does that mean? Because what happens when we start having good things happening to us? What do we get moved to do? What are we moved to do when we're prosperous? When Most High brings good to us? We're moved to being selfish. We're moved to being negative when things are going good in our life. And we can't ever forget that. We catch amnesia.
Yep.
We forget the Most High, we forget the good, and now we start living for us. So think about this. Why does the Most High have to put us through adversity? This gives you the answer. This gives you the answer to the test. You have to go through adversity so you never forget the Most High. Because when you get the good, you're moved to forget everything the Most High puts you through. And all the good the Most High, you forget the Most High. You don't appreciate the Most High. So he said, when I go through in prosperity, I'm not going to be moved. I'm not going to be moved to push me. I'm going to never forget him. And the adversity and the tears, and then the Most High coming through for me after the tears, is what you need to handle prosperity the right way. But we don't look at life that way. We're like, how come we just don't live life and smile? How come we just don't get things? It's almost like Simon and Jonathan and Judas had to run their course and suffer and suffer and suffer so that you can appreciate the prosperity when it comes.
Yeah.
You think Simon was going to forget the good? No, he's not. That's why he sat back and the first thing he did is, I got to make sure Israel is protected and they're ready. But what makes a man think that way? All the suffering he had. You think he wants to sit back and have his sons be out there in the swamps again like he was?
No.
He doesn't want that. He remembers those swamps and having 2,000 men only in a nation that wants to fight. And everybody else will sit back and be bandwagon Jews and fight after a handful of men have faith.
You know, you can't tell somebody that's in prosperity what it means to suffer because they can't relate. You know, somebody that's comfortable, you can't tell them how bad it could be because they can't relate to how bad it could be. They only know the present existence that they're in now, and they can't see how at a moment's notice anything can change and everything can change. So you know, so we take for granted, and we're just numb to the fact of how bad it was back in the day. It's like somebody from slavery telling me how to pick cotton, how I was picking cotton. I couldn't relate. I didn't do it.
Yeah.
But or to not be able to look a white man in the face. When we look at white man in the face, smack their eyeballs every day. You know what I'm saying? Or what it means to cross the street, we say white man coming on the side of the street. Or to not be able to walk in the front of a store, you got to walk through the back door.
That's crazy.
Or you get to go in the store on certain days, and you get the old vegetables and the old fruit. You can't come in on regular hours. We couldn't relate to that. You know what I'm saying? But somebody trying to tell us, hey man, you know, you got to be mindful of these things. It could always be worse.
And this is why the Most High gives each and every one of us our individual battles. Everybody has to sit back and everybody needs their testimony to be reminded of the Most High. Because without it, we will be spoiled brats that don't appreciate anything. Because you have to suffer long enough so that in prosperity, you won't be moved.
Yeah.
That is so
You
important.
won't be moved and be an ingrate.
Huh.
Because ingrates are moved. The people that are ingrate, they're always the ones that when the Most High gives them a little bit of something, they forget God, like this.
Yep.
That's just validation out of ingrate.
Yeah. And this is what the Most High is trying. We don't realize the magnitude of why he corrects us. You have to suffer. You have to lose. And then see the Most High come through for you. So you're not moved and stirred to go live your life. This is what the Most High was like, I got to get the Jews out of Egypt and have them go through this trial so that when they get home to Jerusalem, they won't be so quick to let go of pleasing the Most High. But the affliction has to happen so we can appreciate the goods. And we always talk about this, but this is the verse to prove it. You have to endure affliction properly so you learn how to handle prosperity. Because a lot of people don't know how to handle the good. This is why we're going to go historically. John Hyrcanus the first is able to keep the mantle of leadership after his father Simon. Why? Because John Hyrcanus was what? Was made what? Captain of Simon's army. John Hyrcanus understood war and understood what putting it on the line looked like. But guess what happens after John Hyrcanus the first? That next child or those next children didn't have to deal with the wars. Or they dealt with wars, but they were more detached from the suffering. And the more detached you're from the suffering, now you start making it about you. Now you're about you and you're less about the Most High. And the more you are detached from suffering, the more you're tapped into your prosperity and you're not tethered to the Father.
Solomon lived that whole life of that.
God.
You know, treasure cities, orchards, vineyards, pleasure, multiple women, just that life of a complete indulgence. And he said it was all vanity.
Jeez, bro. I'm looking at the eastward and looking at moved, it means to be taken off course, to fall, decay, to slide and slip. So what he's saying is, in my prosperity, I shall not slip. I shall not get weak. I shall not get taken off course, because I'm never going to forget what you put me through and how you came through from. And because of that, I won't slip. Because of that, I won't backslide. This is why you need to suffer. People always ask me, why do I have to suffer? Why do I have to lose? And why do I have to endure this? You have to endure it and gain appreciation for how the Most High pulled you out of it.
To carry.
And that keeps your obligation to staying strong. Does that make sense? We can understand in Jake mindset. Oh, dog, you saved my life, dog. I'm always indebted to you.
Yeah.
We can see that on a carnal Jake level. But can you see how the Most High pulled you out of all these dangers and delivered you from hell, delivered you from a destitute life? Now I'm never going to slip from you. I'm never going to slip in your consciousness of you, even through good times. You hear all these rappers up, oh man, I never get my dog that's in jail. I'm going to always put money in his books because he sat back here and looked after me in the streets. We understand that in a Jake honor. But we don't pinpoint enough times how the Most High saved your life and you owe him. So I'm never going to sit back here and slip and be moved, even when I'm doing well. You're going to always be my priority. Does that make sense? And this is what this is the mindset Simon has. Like, I'm never going to forget how the Most High bailed me out multiple times.
Yeah.
I'm going to sit back here and keep doing right for the nation and for the people. And I'm not going to slip, even though things are going good.
I'm not going to betray my foundation.
Because I'm doing good now. So I'm going to keep investing into the people and sustaining and stabilizing the people. Because what you did for me, when I was down, when I was low, this is the psychology behind staying in order and why you need to, when things are going good, how to be conscious of the Father when things are going well. Because when things weren't going well and there was tears in my life, you came through for me. So now that things are going good, I'm not going to forget you now. I'm not going to turn my back on you. That's what real allegiance looks like in the scriptures. Let that go and go back to 1 Maccabees 14 and 14.
1 Maccabees chapter 14 and verse 14. Moreover, he strengthened all of those, his people, that were brought low.
He said, think about this. This is what Simon did. He strengthened the Jews that were brought low, that had hard times, that had suffered. Why would a person do that? Why would a person strengthen the ones that were brought low? Because the Most High strengthened him when he was brought low. How else can you tell the Most High thank you? You see how selfish we are?
I want more.
But when we sit back here and the Most High brings us up, we forget the Most High brought us from a low point and brought us up. And we just live our life. Simon was brought up from a low position and said, man, I'm going to do the same thing for my people that the Most High did for me. If that's not impactful, I don't know what the hell is. Do you have enough conscience to recognize how the Most High brought you up from a low place?
No.
And now he brings you up. And if you can be conscious that he brought you from nothing to something, are you going to not do that for your people?
Yeah.
Hold this.
There's people.
A lot of people don't do it.
Better you than me.
Yep.
I make it. You should make it too.
Yeah. Hope did it, so you don't got to do it. Now, I'm not going to do nothing to help you out.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to, my physical action should give you
Don't
hope.
you understand that I'm giving gifts to prodigy?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Get out of here. Listen, go to Job chapter 5,
You know,
verse
I-
8
I-
and
how
9
about-
and 11.
How about you didn't kill it?
That was what Joshua Drake said. Huh? He said, well, how come you don't? He says, where's the free Palestine at? He didn't say anything about free Palestinians.
Yeah.
Because you making your money in Miami. Huh? You smiling at. How come you're not saying free Palestine? Because you embedded with the Jews.
Yeah.
You doing business with the Jews. You can't sit back here and say free Palestine and do business with the Jews.
Yeah.
How about that one? He had a platform. You should have been fighting for them in Africa. How come we didn't send no money out
How
there?
can we make a mixtape?
How come you didn't send? How you gonna make a mixtape for the Palestinians? Huh?
Yeah.
Because you can't keep doing business with the Jews and do that.
Yeah.
How about that one?
Now you're doing Ozempic commercials.
Good, because that makes some money. Anyway, read Job chapter 5 and verse 8 and 9.
Job chapter 5 and verse 8. I would seek unto the Most High.
You're the best. You're not the best.
No, you're not.
Not to your people.
You're the worst.
You're the worst.
Yeah. Read it again.
Job chapter 5 and verse 8. I would seek unto the Most High, and unto the Most High would I commit my cause, which doeth great things and unsearchable, marvelous things without number.
So the Most High does marvelous things in consideration to me, in consideration to us. Read on, verse 11.
Verse 11. To set up on high those that be low, that those which mourn may be exalted to safety.
He says he exalts people from low to high, so that those people that were brought from low to high will take their position to look after those that are mourning and be exalted to safety. Read it again, verse 11.
Verse 11. To set up on high those that be low, that those which mourn may be exalted to safety.
Because why are you sitting back here and bringing somebody that's low and bringing them to high? So that they will sit back here and look after those that are mourning and bring them to safety. This is the Most High's intention when he sits back. If we embrace the calling and the responsibility or the idea is we are brought low. That's why every man and woman come into this truth and are immediately brought low and are immediately humble. All of us come in here and are humble. And we have to endure the humiliation, endure the correction, so we can rise up and get brought up to a higher position. So that once we are brought up to a higher position, we can teach others ethics and how to bring them that are down and bring them up to safety and take them from a mourning position to a stable position. This is what Simon did. This is what we are commissioned to do as leaders. And this is why you suffer. You suffer and you lose and you rise up so you can come back around here and teach others how to get from that suffering position to a higher, safe position.
I gotta put one scripture.
Yes.
Ecclesiasticus 14 and 3. Ecclesiasticus 14 and 3.
Ecclesiastes chapter 14 and verse 3. Riches are not comely for a nigger.
Yeah, so riches are not comely for a niggard. A niggard is a very selfish person. So a person that forgets their people, forgets their family, forgets the need, forgets the poor, ignores the needs of people around them. It's only about their pleasure and their lust and what they want. They want to be prodigal. They want to work the prodigal son all the time. And they forget that the Lord brought them from nothing. That's a niggard, right? So when the Most High gives righteous people riches, what was the purpose of the riches? Not forget your people. It's going to say right here, niggard. That's in the dictionary. An excessively parsimonious or miserly or a stingy person. What makes that person stingy? You don't want to do anything for your people. When it comes to your people, you're stingy.
Yep.
You don't want to give your back. You don't want to give your time.
Yep.
You don't want to give your mouth, your conversation. You don't want to give
Positive encouragement.
Positive encouragement. You don't even look at what they're dealing with. You don't give your mind to what they're dealing with. You don't want to problem solve for your people. You don't want to consider your people. You're stingy in that means. That's why riches or valuable things are not comely or beautiful or handsome in the hands of a person that is completely self-consumed. You're stingy because it's about you. You don't have a minute or a day to waste on your people. And that's why the man that got that built those bigger barns for himself.
Yep.
That's why he died. Huh? Why give you all this prosperities for nothing? Who he said, I shall have many more riches for many more days. Okay, cool. Then you won't die tonight. You're gonna lose that life you got because it wasn't for you.
God.
Your gifts, your merits, your abilities are not for you. And regular nations get this concept.
Yep.
Basic Gentiles get this. They leave their nation, get what they gotta get, and send it back to their people.
We don't. We're calves in the barrel.
Yeah.
Let that go with a Deuteronomy 15 and 11. Deuteronomy 15 and 11.
Deuteronomy chapter 15 and verse 11.
Read that.
Deuteronomy chapter 15 and verse 11. For the poor shall never cease out of the land.
Listen, this whether we are in our kingdom or not in our kingdom, the poor is going to always be there. Read on.
Therefore I command thee, saying, Thou shalt open thine hand wide
He said
unto
you got
thy
to
brother.
open your hand wide to your brother. And this is what Simon was doing. Simon sat back here and made sure that he strengthened his people. He strengthened the poor. What was the verse? It says, moreover, he strengthened all those of the people that were brought low. He was literally doing exactly how we were supposed to. With the success of Simon, he made sure that the poor were taken care of. The ones who fell on harder bad times, they were squared away. Think about this, on top of making sure that the regular middle class folks had a chance to actually succeed, the ones who were struggling and couldn't figure it out, he made sure that they had what they needed. The cities had what they needed, that they had enough munitions and food and supplies. There was a military setup. The poor of the people had something. The middle class had an opportunity to use their talents and skills and succeed. He checked all the boxes of establishing a society. Read that in Deuteronomy 15 and 11.
Deuteronomy chapter 15 and verse 11. For the poor shall never cease out of the land.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore I command thee, saying, Thou shalt open thy hand wide unto thy brother, to thy poor, and to thy needy in thy land.
Let that go and go now to 1 Maccabees 14 and 14 again.
1 Maccabees chapter 14 verse 14. Moreover, he strengthened all those of his people that were brought low. The law he searched out, and every contemner of the law and wicked person he took away.
So he took away the wicked, strengthened the defenseless, created economic stability for the nation. He did everything the right way, bro.
He's a great man.
He was a great man that was given the opportunity to do good works, to do great works, and he took advantage of it versus making it about him. Because a lot of people would forget the Most High, slip, and make it about bringing all these riches and accolades to him. He made sure the body had what they needed. And then after everybody had what they needed, I'm sure he took for himself too. But everybody else got covered. And nobody would trip after he took care of everybody else, that he sat back here and set something aside for him. That would be fair and just. Read on.
Verse 15. He beautified the sanctuary and multiplied the vessels of the temple.
So even with all that, he still made the temple the Most High a priority as well.
Yeah.
The poor, the temple. He knocked down the mountain that was in front of the temple so that no other thing that was built would get in the way of the temple.
And knocking down that mountain is the equivalent in ancient time of tearing down the house of the Sodomites,
Yep.
destroying the witches,
Mm-hmm.
destroying the dissidents,
Yep.
taking down the high places.
Yep. And he did all that too.
Anything that rivals the Lord.
And that's what he was on. He said he searched out the wicked. In verse 14, every contender of the law and wicked person he took away. Where'd they go? Anybody that was against the law, everybody that wasn't feeling serving the Most High, them dudes was in cell block 10.
The anarchists.
Or they were kicked out.
Criminals.
Yeah.
Criminals and wicked influence. It wasn't just the wicked. He says people that contemn the law. Those are those contrarians that were around the nation, that always want to bring about doubt about what if this is the right way to do. So those guys got kicked out.
How about the conscious community? There's always a conscious community. I say conscious community, it's alternative belief system sympathizers, alternative belief influencers. Those people that are experimentalists.
Mm-hmm.
They always want to tap into some foreign ideology and say that's the new concept. They always want to say this is new. It's not new. They call it the New Age. How is the New Age new when they've been doing stuff for thousands of years?
Yep.
It's not New Age. It's alternative belief systems. You know, if you just meditate really deeply, you can talk to a spirit. The spirit will tell you what to do. What is that?
Yep. Satanist.
You take this mushroom will inspire you,
DMT.
and you'll see your spirit animal, and your spirit animal will talk to you, tell you what to do. You're looking for all these guidances outside the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's just another level of spirituality that y'all are tuned.
You ain't on that. You ain't on
You're
that.
not on that. You're not on that.
And that's why those guys, you start hearing that, get this guy out of here.
Yeah.
Get this guy out of the city.
And in Sergeant One Harpson, partially, he goes into the curious books being burned.
Mm-hmm.
What were in the curious books? What was so curious about?
There's a lot of wicked
Recipes? Were there cooking recipes in there?
All kind of recipes.
The recipes for demonology, recipes for keeping ancient chants and seances and methods and approaches to get to the left-hand side. So you have to push away all people that are connected to the left-hand side.
Yeah.
You're basically indebted to the Lord to do that.
God, to save your people. So this is also what Simon did. Simon sat back here on a spiritual level. He protected them. He helped reinforce the temple.
Yeah.
Militarily sustain the men. Establish an army. Establish
Give them in jobs.
trade routes.
Yeah.
Merchant ships. He did it all. He did it all, and because of it, the nation was stable.
Yeah.
For the first time in a long time.
And there was peace.
And there was peace.
But you also have that.
But how about this? There's peace. But even in a peaceful nation, there were still haters.
Oh yeah.
Because they were still contenders of the law. What does that mean? They didn't agree. They still didn't agree.
That's called the wicked. The word wicked means disagreeable.
Because they were still disagreeable, wicked people, even though the majority of the people were at peace.
The contender is a scorner by definition. Somebody say, cast out the scorner and contention shall cease.
There's always going to be scorners and contenders. But you got to get rid of those guys and keep the city stable.
And you had a class on that topic when you dealt with the vine drawing.
Yeah.
When do you cut this vine down?
Yeah.
When do you cut this vine down? These are poisonous grapes now.
Mhm.
These are not good. These grapes are not good for wine.
Okay.
Cut that tree, cut that vine down because it's destroying the rest of the vines.
Okay.
There's a time for that. What was the vine that was getting cut down? The contenders, the haters, the dissidents, the contrarians, the intense skeptics, people that push that skeptical, why lock in nature? Why don't you be individual? The heavy individualist. These are quote unquote the witches. That's what they represent.
Yeah.
They're negative manipulators amongst the sheep. And they divide the sheep into sects. SECT.
Yes.
Sects.
Yes.
They divide the sheep into sects.
Sex.
I got it.
I know.
Yeah, this is hard to pronounce.
SECT. I know.
Yeah. They divide the sheep, and because they want to draw away disciples after themselves. It's still an envy of power.
Yeah.
And an envy of authority.
All facts. So you good with that?
That's it.
Okay, so let's go back. Let's go to verse 15 now in First Maccabees.
Read 15 again.
Oh, we already read that?
Yeah.
Read
Well, that's the whole verse we read.
yeah, let's go to Ezra, chapter 7, verse 27.
EZRA, Ezra.
Ezra. Read this. Ezra 7 and 27.
Ezra chapter 7 and verse 27. Blessed be the Lord, power of our fathers, which hath put such a thing as this in the king's heart, to beautify the house of the Lord, which is in Jerusalem.
Listen, it's a blessing for the Most High to put a righteous thought into a leader to make sure it's about uplifting the temple. The question is this: what does a man have to do, spiritual wise, to open yourself up for the Most High to put these thoughts into? That's the $1 million question. Because the scripture is saying, blessed that the Most High is able to put this thought into an individual, Ezra, to beautify the house of the Lord. The question I would have is, what type of thinking and clarity of mind must you have to receive this spiritual thought in your mind, to embrace doing these works?
Micah chapter 6, verse 8.
There you go.
Kind of explaining what type of preliminary thinking must you have in order to even
For the spirit to flow through you.
spirit to flow through you so that you can be chosen or selected to beautify the house of the Lord.
God. Because all he's saying is, you're blessed the Most High chose you to work through you to do these good works for the temple and the city and the whole nine.
Yep. Read that.
Micah chapter 6 and verse 8. He hath showed thee, O man, what is good.
So the Most High has a particular stance that he says this is a good mind frame. He already has a state of mind that he constitutes as good, as qualifiable, which is what? Read.
And what doth the Lord require of thee?
Go ahead.
But to do justly.
What does the Most High want to see?
But to do justly.
But to do justly, which means according to law. Then you're going to stick to the law over your own opinion. The law will be priority. With the righteousness of the law is priority. Read.
And to love mercy.
And you got to love what?
Mercy.
And you got to love giving people mercy.
Yep.
Being mercy.
How about that? Who loves to give mercy to people? Like, who loves to give people things that they don't deserve? Chances people don't deserve. That's what mercy is. That's what mercy is. Mercy is you're getting something you don't deserve. You have to love giving people something they don't deserve. They're gonna smile at it. They're gonna smile and take it at it. And they don't deserve it, but you got to give it to them anyway. You have to love doing that.
And another definition is pity. And pity is, I feel bad for you, even though you're causing me trouble. I feel bad for you, even though you're getting on my nerves. And that means I can look at you and say, you know what? Maybe it's not your fault.
That's the only way you can keep giving mercy.
No, maybe it's not your fault. Maybe you're not doing this on purpose. Maybe you're not trying.
Maybe you're just that sick,
Yeah.
that you can't figure it out. So I'm gonna give you more time to figure it out, even though this is really vexing you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a cost, there's a tax to this person's presence. Because this person's presence inspires the life. You get to constantly be attentive and aware of their bad decisions. They have an effect on the body.
Yeah. Yeah.
Read on.
Yeah.
And to walk humbly with thy power.
And to do what?
And to walk humbly with thy power.
And to not get too prideful. When you get in a position of authority, still stay humble.
I tell you what, you stay humble when you give mercy all the time. That force you to be humble.
Because you know it's not about you.
God.
He said these things, the Most High is saying are requirements, and this is what he calls doing good. So to answer that question, what would it take for the Most High to select a person to build his temple? It takes this mentality. It takes this mindset.
Mm-hmm. Son. You go there. Mhm. Okay, let's go back now to First Maccabees 14.
I'm using Ezra chapter 7, verse 27.
Yeah, we got it.
But you gotta read to 26 though.
Let's do it. Ezra 7 and 26.
Ezra chapter 7 and verse 26. And whosoever will not do the law of thy power and the law of the king, let judgment be executed speedily upon him.
Done. So really, if you don't do that which is right, get this guy out of here. And when you do what's right, thank the Lord we got somebody who's doing things the right way.
Yeah.
And that's how it's got to be looked at. So it's almost like let this person run their course if they don't want to change. But thank the Most High if we get a person who actually wants to do things the right way and prioritize this city and prioritize. Listen, you can't prioritize your city. You can't prioritize your family if you don't prioritize what matters to you the most. You have to prioritize what matters to you. If what matters to you is that everyone else grows, then everything else is going to work out the way it's supposed to be. If you really want to see your people sustain itself, then you're not going to make selfish moves. If you really care about your family, then you're not going to make moves for you. You're going to make moves for them. Simple as that.
And he said it's 4 punishments you got to give them if they don't want to be obedient.
Yeah.
Which are what? Read on.
Whether it be unto death.
He said, Ezra said, sometimes you got to get rid of these guys. You got to literally kill these guys. That's how Ezra was taken.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's not going to let anything that's not about righteousness come into the city of the Lord.
He wasn't wrong.
He said, whether it be unto death, what else?
Or to banishment.
Or you got to banish him.
That's a humane way to do it.
Yeah, excommunicate him.
Excommunicado. Like it's like it's damn John Quick. John Quick. Excommunicado still meant they're gonna kill him. That's what it was.
Stop there.
You can't be in a hotel. Just don't kill him in a hotel. Get him outside the hotel and everything will be okay. Okay. You're right.
Read on.
Or to confiscations of goods.
Or you got to take his property.
Oh no, I'll be in order now.
Ooh, yeah.
That's the spirit Israel has on.
But that's how you humble somebody.
Yeah.
Because without your property, what are you? Now your opinion on it. Your opinion don't matter. We ain't got a pot to piss in or one to throw out.
Yeah.
Now you're just a beggarly man ranting and cussing on the corner.
Who cares?
Who's listening to that guy? When they're like, oh, get your hand out of my pocket. Like, who is he talking to? Nobody wants to listen to him. But if you live on the hill, guess what?
You might have something to say.
God, have you heard Elon Musk talk? He ain't talking about nothing. The people actually give a damn what he's saying. Like he matters. Like his words matter. You ever hear his Twitter post? He says some lame things.
I never seen.
I'm like, this guy's lame. But why do they value his words? Because he's got bread.
Yeah, money's strong.
That's my point. So if you're trying to maintain the center of the nation, take this guy's power, take this guy's seat of authority, and he's a nobody.
Yeah.
But you touch his estate, and all of a sudden, you take his platform.
Take his platform.
That's why you got weirdo teachers. Take his podium. You got guys that push weakness. Take his podium. What are you gonna say now? Now it's just an opinion. That's how you break Jake. How you break Jake? Take away that seat. Take away the pulpit.
Yeah.
And then what are your works showing? What are your works showing once you off the podium?
That's sustains you.
Nothing. Then everybody can see you clearly for who you are. This is how to maintain an empire one-on-one, a city one-on-one. This is how you protect the people one-on-one. Whatever you want to say, just put one-on-one in front for instructional purposes. But he's telling you, this is how you maintain the sanctity of what you got going on.
Can I pull one scripture with that point?
Yeah.
Take it off the topic, promise? Mm-hmm. I'll read it.
Let's put it out.
I think we're still on his scripture.
Yeah, it's one more. It's one more.
Then finish the point.
Just hold the verse. Hold the verse. Sit on.
Yeah, finish that one.
Or to imprisonment.
Oh, you got to put them where?
Imprisonment.
They say you got to put them to death. You got to banish them.
Yeah.
You got to confiscate their property, or you got to put them in prison. He said this is how you got to deal with the scoffers or the gainsayers, or the ones that contemn or to hate the establishment of the Most High being priority. So Ezra already had a method of operation that he says that this is how you got to deal with individuals in order to sustain the house of the Lord. There has to be some consequences.
I just want to go with your point because it's such a good point. Ecclesiastes 16 and 4.
Ecclesiastes
16 and 4. It's a short scripture, but it's encompassing everything Joshua was putting out connected with a war's direction. This is a quick briefing.
Yeah. Ecclesiastes chapter 16 and verse 4.
Uh-huh.
For by one that hath understanding shall the city be replenished.
Read it again.
Ecclesiastes chapter 16 verse 4. For by one that hath understanding,
By one that has understanding. Y'all are going to, this person knows how to take care of their family. This person knows how to deal with dissidents. This person knows how to deal with sheep. This person knows how to deal with supply. This person is not covetous. This person knows how to grow industry. This person knows how to deal with acquisition of resources. This person knows how to deal with defense. This person is not a me first personality. This person pushes ethics that don't benefit them, but benefit the little man, the poor man, or the weak, or those that are halt, or those that are in a bad condition. That means you have what? Understanding. Personal conduct, how you run your life. And if you have understanding, now you can deal with the city and you can make sure the city is taken care of. That's all I wanted to add to the point. I want to make it anything alternative.
Oh, you're good.
I just wanted to, it's just it's the longer version of this scripture.
Yeah.
Now we know what understanding really means. People say, I have understanding. Do you? If you have understanding, you take care of the poor. If you have understanding, then you're building resources for the camp.
Yep.
If you have understanding, then you sit here and know how to deal with dissidents.
Yep.
If you have understanding, you know about making sure the young men have.
You know what's a cancer in a body and how to get it out
Yeah.
for the safety of the body.
Because everybody
How to
gets,
separate spirits from the rest of the core for their own good.
because everybody says get knowledge, get wisdom, all I get understanding. Well, what is understanding? Understanding is knowing how to operate and maintain a body of people where they're prospering. Make sure the body is one.
Yeah, listen, I'm going to go into probably in 2 weeks. We'll get to the solution of how to deal with those delusions we have.
Mhm.
But go to Discourse in 1828 because no, this is fine. Because in Ecclesiastes chapter 6, it says we're supposed to be willing to listen to every what?
Godly
Discourse. Every godly discourse. But what does that mean? This is a little sneak peek. Number one.
Can I point out this too?
Yes. That's what I just want to bring out the godly discourse
Yeah,
point.
perfect.
Discourse 1828.
God. Which one? One.
Number one.
Discourse. The act of the undertaking.
Nope. Nope. The act of the understanding. Do you have understanding? I have understanding.
They're different sometimes. Digital.
What do you have?
The act of the understanding.
Okay, well, everybody's a little different. You got undertaking too? Okay, so tomato, the act of understanding or the act of undertaking. Read on. So it's a process. Undertaking is processing.
Okay.
And understanding is getting to the bottom of something anyway.
Yeah.
Read on.
By which it passes from the premises to consequences.
What is a premise? An idea. Right?
Yeah.
A premise is an idea, a thought, a method,
An approach.
a doctrine, approach. Read on. It says, so it's the approach. It's a way of looking at things and having discourses or communication about how, when you look at something a certain way, what are the consequences of that way of acting, that consequence of conducting yourself in that way. Read on.
The act which connects propositions and deduces conclusions from them.
So the scripture said, we're supposed to be willing to listen to every godly discourse. So that means we should be sitting back here always looking to counsel about the best way to handle a situation. The best way to deal with a negative person, a dissented person, a person who's opinionated. What's the best way to deal with this person? And talk about from the beginning of your method to the conclusion. And guess what? The best solution should be followed. Not, that's your opinion. This is your opinion. This is my opinion. You know, what should rule? The soundest, most scriptural way to handle issue. And the truth is, you wasn't be willing to listen to every godly discourse. Because when you're listening to every godly discourse, sometimes your discourse sucks. Sometimes your godly discourse isn't that good.
No, it doesn't suck for you.
Maybe it's a C grade discourse.
Yeah, it's sucks for the people.
And maybe other people will bring an A level discourse that you should submit yourself to, because we should be following the solution that gets to the greatest conclusion. Not a conclusion that makes you feel better about yourself, but the conclusion that gets to the solution better and more effective than you. That's how you break that delusion mindset that we all have. Best counsel wins. Not big bake takes little bake.
Yeah.
Greater counsel and discourse takes little counsel and discourse.
Yeah.
And make that reality.
Well, you know,
Nobody wants to live that way though.
this is what Dathan and Korah felt like they had the advantage over Moses and Aaron.
Yeah.
It says that they thought because they were older, you should listen to us because we're older. You should listen to us because we got more wisdom. We got wisdom too. And we're wealthier than Aaron and Moses. So our money could better suit the population.
Yes.
And for those three reasons, it's why they felt like they should have been in charge.
But that's not godly discourse.
That's not godly.
It said godly discourse,
Right.
not economic, fiscal discourse.
Not black power, not power, not.
Black.
That's what it is.
I'm older, so I'm wiser because I'm older.
And that's what the Bible said. The age don't always understand what? Judgment.
Wisdom.
And judgment. That's what Job said. So once again, the conversations that should never be forgotten is godly discourse. And there should always a time for godly discourse. That's Ecclesiastes 6, verse 35.
And can I pull this one?
Yeah, you sure can.
Now, I'm so glad the timing was like. Can we read the B part of Ecclesiastes 16 and verse 4? The second part? Because now, to me, it hits. I'm sure.
Ecclesiastes chapter 16 and verse 4.
Read from the top, and then I'll emphasize the second part.
God. Ecclesiastes chapter 16 and verse 4. For by one that hath understanding shall the city be replenished.
Now from the examination of this class, there's points that they've brought together, that every step of a man that has understanding, commerce, industry, the elder being taken care of,
Sustainability of your resource, your military, your stockpiles, your munitions.
cons, morality,
Mhm.
clarity, order, structure, right? These are elements of a city that's in order. That comes from one that has what? Understanding. Or one that heard and listened and followed the what? Godly discourses. Because how did he get the understanding? He first listened to the godly discourse.
He listened to the discourse of his father Mattathias. He listened to the godly discourse of Judas, Jonathan. He sat back here and saw all these Edomite militaries and how they ran their militaries. What worked, what didn't work. He sat back and learned the whole game.
Because people say, because we're also about inventors of evil things. What are inventors of evil things? You're
pushing your method.
You're pushing your method, and it didn't come from anybody.
Israel had been doing that in camp since the 90s.
Yeah.
The $1 Million Theory Act. It was a brother that sat back here and said, we can sit back and extract all this money from all the camps to make $1 million for the heads in New York.
And
where do you get that from?
And
ran a lot of people off.
It was invented.
Yes.
And destroyed much.
Not tried and true scenarios.
Exactly. Now read the B part. What was the consequence? Read.
Understanding shall the city be replenished, but the kindred of the wicked.
Stop. Now the kindred means the people connected to the negative people. The people that are connected to these dissenters that don't listen to godly discourse, that can't submit themselves and can't see the good in they don't deal with the meritocracy of wisdom. There's a meritocracy of wisdom. Meaning, who has the highest wisdom or what's the most beneficial for the people? Read.
Shall speedily become desolate.
Shall what?
Speedily become desolate.
The people connected to the center type people, they become what?
Desolate.
Everybody loses when you're connected to negative people. When you're connected to negative thinkers, everybody what? Loses. Why? Because the me first mentality, the covetous mentality, the niggard, stingy mindset means you're going to be that same way with your own people. That same way with your dependents. The same way with the people that need you. The people that need you, they won't get your spirit either. They won't get the best of you. You'll just give them a little bit. You give them the 10% like you give the people the 10%. If you're not a giver to the people, you're the same way at the house. And now the people around you are what? Desolate, meaning what? They lack spirit. So a person that's stingy and self-based and selfish, ego-based, that person will give very little to the people that need it. That's why they can't be in positions of what? Authority. So how does it relate to us? What are we? Are we the understanding that you are conscious, the best discourse, or are we the niggard that we give a little of our effort, we give a little of our spirit, we give a little of our mind, we give a little of our best. We don't extend ourselves past our comfort zone. Therefore, the people connected to us are what? Desolate. I mean, I don't discipline myself enough to take care of the people around me.
Mhm.
I don't break myself enough to take care of the people around me. Well, I should not be in that position. The problem is everybody's going to be in a position. Everybody's going to be in a position of authority in some way, shape, or form. And the Most High just our government.
And what are they living off of? You got to hit that definition of discourse one more time.
Discourse.
Mhm.
God. So the act of the, he said, not undertake one word,
Understanding?
the act of the understanding by which it passes from premises to consequence.
You know what that means? That means everybody operates on premises and don't fully understand the what? The consequences.
Mm.
Everybody is premise first, consequence later.
Yeah.
And that premise is nothing more than a mere opinion.
Yes.
Everybody got opinions on how things should be. And when they have these opinions on how things should be, they're not fully investigating the consequences of their actions.
Mm.
And they don't let anybody check them on
That's
consequences
crazy.
that will come from how your plans come.
You know,
That's why I said every godly discourse. You got to hear the ultimate end and consequence of that decision making.
But what you do is your imagination takes it to the conclusion you want it. And that's where the vanity kicks in. It is a useless endeavor. Because a lot of us come up with these premises and the ending becomes useless and in vain. Where you need people to sit back and keep talking about godly consequences with you, to sit back and bust your bubble, so to speak.
Yeah.
Your proverbial
Well,
bubble.
because it becomes useless and in vain, and also damaging and harmful to the people around you.
and that's how the wicked make the kindred of them, and the people that get to them, desolate. Your counsels don't benefit your people in the end.
But you know the problem is there, but the people are believable, or they're what's
They're
the
sheep.
word? They're sheep. But what was the word we were talking about in Ecclesiastes 10? They are it was 10 and deceivable. The
Yeah.
people are deceivable. So you give a person a premise and they follow your premise, not realizing that your premise has no good conclusion that's waiting for it at the end. This is why for people that are in leadership positions, they should be talking about godly discourses with other men so that methods that we push men through can actually succeed
Because
and not fail.
you got to exhaust all possible possibilities that can lead to damage.
With people that actually did it.
Yeah, to know the outcome of something, or to know if this is the Lord's will or your will. Because you won't know until you let somebody give you that godly discourse.
Yeah.
Then you know, okay, this is me talking or this is Lord talking.
That's how you break pride. Because if you're humble, you'll follow a method that's tried and true versus what you think in your head works. And that's the clash we have with Jake all the time. Because you sit back, because you're in there, you're thinking it's going to work the way you want it.
Exactly.
Versus it being challenged and tried. That's where that godly discourse hits so hard. It brings all of your delusions It pops the bubble and brings you back down to earth.
And that's why people don't want to talk.
Got you?
This is why people don't, they'll talk on the side.
Yeah.
But they'll not talk man to man.
Yeah.
Because man to man confrontations and conversation and communications lead to, well, then let's logically and biblically go through the course of each thought.
No, I don't want to do that.
You don't want to do that.
Because you're going to sit back here and make me feel bad.
Yeah.
And now I'm back at square one with no dream that I have ahead of my head.
And
I have no vision.
Dreams
No
lift,
functional dream.
dreams lift up fools.
Yeah.
And now you're back in the position of having to follow.
Yes.
Because if you pop my bubble,
Now I got to follow.
now I got to follow. That's why they never really, it's the truth. If you pop my bubble,
And I let you pop. I have to let you in to my bubble designer.
yeah,
I got to show you my floor plans.
yeah.
And then remember when Neil deGrasse did? What's that black dude that's a scientist?
Yeah, did you say bro?
Yeah,
Neil
what
deGrasse
happened is Terrence Howard sent him these
These
theories,
papers.
and he said, "Listen, let me look at it." And he said, "This is why it's wrong." Boom, 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 boom. He said, "Oh, you a hater, man! You a hater, man! You a hater, man! You ain't supporting the black man, man." He said, "Listen, I watched him. I don't even like that guy. I think he's off." But he said, "Listen, you have to base this off of scientific theory. You can't dismiss scientific theory in general and just create something new." I said, you're supposed to stack scientific principles on top of one another. So if you have something new, it's still based on something that's already been done.
The tried and true of the ancient.
Listen, you can sit back here all you want and talk about the white man. You know what works for the white man? His science. You cannot deny his science works.
You can't break it.
You can't deny that. Look what he's done in the information age. This age, this scientific age, how can you say it didn't work? It worked. Was it evil? Yes, he's evil, but it worked. So you can't sit back here and discount scientific method and theory because you want to be smart. And all he said is, if you're going to bring something to the table, your theory can't discount scientific principle. We say the same thing.
Yeah.
You can't sit back here and throw something out here that goes against spiritual principles that we know are tried and true. You can't do it. You can't do it. If you're going to bring something new, make sure this new concept is at least something that you stack on top of principles that work. That's how you deal with godly discourse. Whatever you're saying here, it has to have an ending that works. But how do you know the ending works? It's based on the principles that men have seen and built over the years that they know work.
Tried and true.
So it has to line up with this buildable, stackable concept. Whether it's scientific theory that Terrence Howard was just throwing away, or spiritual theory that is tried and true, that doesn't ever fade away. That's why these cats that want to sit back and wake up and all of a sudden say camps don't matter. You don't know nothing. You don't know nothing. And you're sitting back here and you're tearing down the caliber of teachers in the truth because you want to discount all the years of work men have put into doing something the right way. Because there's been sin and failure there, that doesn't mean that the process don't work and the stackable concepts don't work.
There's just been the faithful and the unfaithful.
That's like sitting back here and saying the Bible doesn't work because men sin. What are you talking about? The issue isn't the laws and the scriptures, it's the weakness of men. So let's do things the right way with a pure heart and pure intention versus throwing everything away and not having people be accountable. You can just be an individual and do your thing.
They call that throwing out the baby with the bathwater. I don't know.
I've never heard that.
That's the common term. They say that's like yeah.
That's some South stuff, man.
No, that's like English term. You're throwing out the baby with the bathwater. It's like you put a dump the bathwater because the bathwater is filthy. But you're so negligent, and you're so just in the zone, and you're not cognizant of anything going. You're not conscious that the baby's still in the bath, and you throw the baby out the 2-story house with the bathwater. Oh, I threw the baby out the window. That means you're not conscious of what's going on. You're not conscious of priority. You're not conscious of what matters. You can't separate filth from priority, clean from unclean. That's what the Bible says. Separate the clean from the what? From the unclean. Or what's beneficial for the people from what's what? Not beneficial for the moral and the developmental good of the people. We're more into our opinion than we're into the people's progress. That's why it says in the end, the wicked kindred shall be desolate, because their counsels and thought patterns aren't progressive even for the people that they care about. They don't morally benefit, they don't developmentally benefit, they don't spiritually benefit, and they don't physically benefit the people in their own lives. That's what the scripture says. So if we're people of understanding, a man of understanding benefits his family and his household developmentally, and when they're put in positions of help and need, what? They benefit their church, their school, their body developmentally and morally. It's a great point that the class is going into. This is a great class.
Isaiah chapter 28, verse 16.
I'm trying to save it, man.
I'm so glad we have this class, man. It just shows you what to do, what not to do.
Yep.
We're not going to reinvent the wheel.
You can't.
As Simon did.
You're not going to reinvent the wheel and please the Most High. Everybody wants to talk about being original and different. Listen, but not in the spiritual.
I'm a maverick.
Not in the spiritual realm. You might want to do some individual crap in the world, but not in the spiritual realm.
Not in Christ. That which is laid,
The foundation that's of Christ. You can't add anything to the foundation. Okay.
All right.
That's what I get. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get there. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get there. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, bro.
Isaiah chapter 28 and verse 16.
Listen, he does it to me all the time. Make us like, bro, I'm going there. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Isaiah chapter 28 and verse 16. Therefore, thus saith the Lord power. Behold, I lay in Zion for a foundation,
And that's
a
why.
stone.
But what does the foundation and the stone represent? Right. Read on.
A tried stone.
He said he calls it a what?
A tried stone.
It's a stone that's been tested already. Meaning it's a method that works. It's an example and a standard that's approved.
That ain't going nowhere.
Right. But who was he talking to? Read verse 14.
Verse 14. Wherefore hear the word of the Lord, ye scornful men.
He said he was talking to what?
Crazy.
Ye scornful men.
What is a scornful man? A scornful man is a man that will not listen to every discourse. Why? Because he has premises.
Yeah.
Because he has ideas. He got he got premises with no conclusion. Yeah. A scornful man is a man that will contemn what you have to say because he has a direction of his own.
What was that first verse you for?
That was verse 16.
Okay, cool. You got it. Yeah, keep going.
But he's showing how, who is he talking to? He's talking to scornful men. He's talking to scornful men that won't hear because they got their own objective, they got their own position, they got their own premises.
And how about this? Just to tie this in with verse 16, Christ was the method that needed to be followed, not being a Sadducee, not being a Pharisee, not being an Essene. All of those guys had flawed methods. Christ's method was infallible.
It was the best method to be an example for the people.
Because all these other guys had methods with no conclusion.
Yep.
Sadducees only believed in the first 4 books of the Bible. The Pharisees were overly rigid and didn't live what they taught. Then your Essenes were even more extreme, but sat back here and worship angels. All of them had different fallibilities and madness in their method. It's that Christ's method is that stone, is that tried and true method that cannot be denied or challenged.
Right? It's fail-proof.
Fail-proof.
It's fail-proof. Read on.
It says a tried stone, a precious cornerstone,
Right.
a sure foundation.
That's what that cornerstone even means. There's more clarity on the cornerstone.
Yeah. It's a precious stone. It's a stone that holds everything together. Because when you lay a bridge, the Romans was famous for building bridges, but some of their bridges still exist today. The last stone that they would put in the bridge to hold it together was a cornerstone, and that would keep the arches together for the bridges. And you lay that last stone down, the bridge isn't going anywhere. And they were formidable in their construction because they knew where and when to place the cornerstone. And that's why a lot of these Roman arches still survive. Some of these Roman Colosseums that have arches still survive. And a lot of these Roman bridges and aqueducts that had columns still survive. Because they knew where to put the cornerstone. And the Most High said, listen, I already got the cornerstone set up. I already know where the strength is going to hold the church together, the body together, the belief together, congregation together. I already got the best example that's already proven that'll work.
Brother, I'm gonna say this, and that's what the godly discourses should be about. What's the strongest method to hold on to? What is the approach that leads everyone to the greatest spiritual strength, godly strength? And that method should supersede every other method.
God.
And that's why the Pharisees were so upset, because Christ was showing them up. His method was superior to theirs, and they couldn't run from it. That's why they wanted him dead, or they wanted to defame him and discredit him, to justify their position.
And that's why Paul.
This is what the Jew does now.
Yeah.
It's never gonna hit.
That's what Paul said. Go read that real quick in 1 Corinthians 4:9.
This is good.
I'm glad we had this up there.
Thank you, Lord. Thank the Lord for the Sabbath.
Listen, it makes so much sense. It's not like that. It's not like you're making this up.
It's not. There's nothing about making anything up here.
Making up.
It's First Corinthians.
Yeah.
No, it's Acts chapter 4. I'm sorry. I think it's Acts 4:9.
Acts 4:9.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. Yes, 4:11. Read that. Acts 4:11.
This is the stone.
Yep.
Acts chapter 4 and verse
11.
Acts chapter 4 and verse 11. This is the stone which was set at naught of you.
He said, this is the example that y'all didn't want to follow. He's saying that you got the example. You didn't believe the example worked. You didn't think the example was sufficient. He says, but who was he talking to once again? Read verse 8.
Verse 8. Then Peter, filled with the Holy Spirit, said unto them, ye rulers of the people.
Just like Isaiah was talking to the rulers of the people, Peter's talking to the rulers of the people. Because rulers want to create their own unproven discourse that comes from premonition.
Yes.
Without consequence, without knowing full consequences.
Yes.
So he's showing how he's saying that this is the same guy. He's talking to the rulers. Read verse 11 again.
Verse 11. This is a stone which was set at naught of you builders, which has become the head of the corner.
Which has become the only example that's qualified to be the example of righteousness and leadership.
That's crazy. Because that's what all the fighting and arguing was. After the Hasmonean dynasty, then it was whose method is the best to lead the nation.
To lead the nation.
Keep going. I'm sorry.
No, that's it. That's it. That was
Got one point with that.
God.
We look at MLK, examining him. What was MLK one of his last words? He said, I fear that I have brought my people into a burning house.
You did.
Then he said, then we must become firefighters. What do you say?
That's BS talk, guy. You know what that means? I got my money. I got paid off. I did all my freaky stuff with men and women. Because he did.
Yeah.
He was a switch hitter. And not a base. He didn't play a game of baseball.
Yeah.
But it was recorded. He was literally a switch hitter. That's what he was about underground. He took his money from the
That was his dream too.
From the juice. He took his money from the juice and he ruined people. And now after he got his bribes and got paid off, and he sees his people, and he sees the loss of businesses, the loss of black-owned business. That happened right after that. All of a sudden, Jackie Robinson makes it to the league, and the Negro League just falls apart.
Yep.
He ruined black business. Well, nobody talks about that. Nobody talks about Jackie Robinson and the integration of blacks in the white leagues. That means black men can't make no money no more. That means black business fell apart.
That's the statement. Dr. King said, I fear I've integrated my people into a burning house. That is what we're talking about. Partially.
Your method, but the funny thing is this: he didn't know the conclusion, but his financial backers knew the conclusion.
Of course.
His financial backers knew setting this up was going to destroy the country and weaken both people. The financial backers knew it.
We have
He was just the idiot that went along for the ride.
Yeah.
He was the mark.
Yeah.
But the people who backed him knew exactly what they was going to do.
Because they thought out the conclusion to the end.
Yeah. Yeah. But the fool can't get past his shot and how much he gonna make out of it.
Dream lift
Lift
up
up
fools. So people in Israel that have these concepts come to their mind, and that
Megalomaniac thoughts.
megalomaniac thoughts, and they have these concepts that just are conjured to their mind, and they lift them up. I'm a man of nobility. I'm a man of spirituality. I'm a man of righteousness. I too have something to add to the table. But they've never bowed themselves to instruction to see the needs of the people.
Godly conclusions.
Yeah.
You have to serve to get to godly conclusion. You have to submit to people that live the right way to get from the premise of what you think is right to the godly conclusion that's waiting.
And you also see men, you have to see men fail at the attempt to learn the sharpest way to approach it, to do it.
Or you follow a person where it makes sense and it works out.
Yeah, well, you follow either the best man for the job.
You learn from following the best examples, or you learn from watching trash examples.
And be the inverse of the bad example. The guy that lives in his house forever can't be at your house all day. You gotta be around the people. You gotta smell the people.
Yeah.
You gotta smell the people, smell the sheep. You gotta sit here and have dirty hands.
Yeah.
You gotta sit here and pull some greens up.
And constant create new classes versus sitting back here and going over damn magic books. Spell incantations.
Incantations over and over again. Or just make it as a routine. But you have to feel what the people feel, and you have to eat what the people eat. You can't be Demetrius. What's that guy?
Demetrius was in his towers.
You can't be in the towers and you're just surrounded by your
guards.
By your guards. You're secure.
Nobody else is.
But nobody else is.
And no problems being dealt with.
And that's the mind of these dreamers that have these concepts that conjure their mind that have an alternative viewpoint. And that's why the witches, warlocks, the high place guys, what do they all have in common?
I think I can do a job better, but I've never done it, and I've never seen. All I have is premises and ideas. No solution, no guaranteed rock solid solution.
I have no proof.
It's all vanity. It's what is vanity or erroneous moves. It's moves that they're not guaranteed to work. You're just sitting back here and guessing and sitting. This is one of the most I said when people are groping at noonday.
Yes.
You're groping and feeling something that you can't see because you don't know what's going to happen. Now listen, we're dealing with godly discourses. There's no guarantee something's going to happen the way you want it. But if the godly discourse is the spiritual premise behind what you do, that's the tried and true scenario.
Yes.
The dedication, the level of dedication, the level of commitment, the level of servitude is the guaranteed process. That whatever happens outside of that,
in the absence of public.
Yep.
And the personal loss for the people.
Yes.
But
that's tried and true.
But we can use another example. We use MLK as one example of this concept in the real world. Let's look at science in this concept in the real world. There is a faction of people that are saying people are depressed and they need mushrooms. This is the new premise. It's not a new premise. But they're saying now,
mushrooms.
This is a heavy movement. Once the weed got pushed and we got normalized and legalized and as a normal system, now they're saying people are depressed and therefore people that deal with depression need to microdose these mushrooms that I don't know the words for these. You know the words for?
Well,
mycelium.
Before you go into mycelium or whatever iliums is there, how about the solution is getting rid of social media? The social media is what spawns depression.
Yeah.
If you're a young woman and you don't have the body shape of these top end models that are still faking their looks and photoshopping a bunch of things, you'll say, I'll never look like that. I'll never be this person. I'm not good enough. You don't think that fuels depression? All men see is dudes with six-pack abs and quote unquote the image of making money and success. You don't think that messes with your head when you look yourself in the mirror and you say, I'm a failure in life?
Or they call you, like they got the money stacked on their shoulders. They got the video. Yeah, they're on the money phone.
Yeah.
They got the stack of money in the brick. And they calling you a bum. If you ain't got this, you ain't got what I'm on, you a bum.
Yeah.
And so you're listening to these rappers call you a bum because you don't got what they got. So it's an attack at your confidence.
Are you telling me that doesn't fuel the majority of depression in life? If all you had to focus on was you, people around you would cut a lot of your issues out of your head. If you cut media out, social media, all of it, TikTok, all you just take that crap out and you just got to deal with you and you and the people in your neighborhood. You will kill a lot of that depression. And then what happens is people are depressed because of the dopamine highs they get from these Instagram scenarios. The spikes, you're just addicted to the dopamine high. And when you don't get it, you're sad. Scientists know that social media creates dopamine as sugars. The food we eat creates dopamine. So you're just going from one high to another. And when there's no highs left, you're sad. When there's no more sugar to eat, there's no more social media scrolling, the doom scroll. Now you have nothing but you to look at. And you're unhappy, you're sad, you're dejected behind it. Am I right or wrong?
No more fun.
A lot of these social programs have paid out millions in restitution and damages for kids losing their mind, whether it was suicide or whether it was depression or whether it was, and they just don't tell you how many lawsuits that they settled out of court. But when you actually do some research, a lot of these social engineered platforms have cashed out millions to families that have lost their children to things that they already knew was going to happen, but they didn't protect them. So that they knew the dangers of it, but released it because it was a moneymaker.
Bro.
And they know how dangerous it is.
Huh?
To your self-value, to your self-worth, to your self-esteem.
Well, you know what they do? Let's give them some doctored medicine with some mushrooms in there to keep them high all the time. To keep that dopamine rush high. Keep them up a little bit more.
Let's just microdose mushrooms so they can go from weed to microdosing mushrooms, and they're still going to disconnect mind from body.
Yeah.
And nowadays the weed it's not even natural. So it was bad in the first place. But now there's schizophrenia that comes from smoking. Not just the loss of employment. you get schizophrenia. Schizophrenia is common in association with the new chemical GMO drugs that they're being given out. So the government's getting rich, corporations are getting rich off your dysfunction. They're commodifying your dysfunction.
And the only solution that Esau has is more drugs to keep you stimulated or deadened, to keep you going versus eliminating all the distractions that are messing you up in the first place.
That's too much like.
The worst thing that happened to people was putting the internet on the phone. That ruined people's lives. Putting that, listen, I remember when they put the internet on the phone, that was over. That changed the world. The internet changed the world. But putting the internet on your phone, and then when you first had it, remember it took forever for things to like download and switch over, right? So you didn't even want to go on the internet on your phone because it took too long to get you where you want. And then when things sped up, after BlackBerry, like post BlackBerry, it was over. Everything sped up.
BlackBerry is the business.
But post that era, that's when everything like this ramped up.
Entertainment.
Nokias and Promco phones came out. Everything went crazy and banana. Remember that switch from Motorola to a Promco phone? And then all of a sudden, you can go on your phone and go crazy. And that was it. Then people start getting high on looking at their phone, huh?
Being indulged.
Then the iPhone came out. Go right.
Social skills gone. Connection gone. Real life friendships where you can see the person face to face.
Nope.
Gone.
Can't write cursive anymore.
Can't write.
They
cursive.
don't. People don't write cursive. Like that's crazy. Huh? We're like that. We're the last but dying breed. Cursive writers. I think it was like you had to be like born like in the
Isn't
90s.
it?
You had to be born in the 90s to write cursive. In the 2000s, kids don't write cursive. You were born from 2000 up. You ain't writing cursive.
They say that the government purposely got rid of cursive. They say because AI software has trouble reading cursive.
Oh,
It's like been practicing.
Yeah, so they said for some reason the AI has trouble reading cursive. It cannot read cursive.
That means they had AI in 2000.
Right, but they understand that.
well, they were building
They,
that.
they understand that if the AI has trouble reading cursive, then we still need to understand what they're communicating about.
Mm.
It's just another way to snoop in privatized lives.
Yes.
You got to write like doctor. You got to write doctor scribble out so the white man can't pick up on that.
Yeah, you read your messages. Huh?
Bro, listen, it's messed up. It really is messed up.
So we're seeing what works for society, what works for a family, what works for a church, what works for a body. Why, if it's been working, why wouldn't I want to hear? You're always saying people don't want to hear you, what you have to say and what you think, and people are closed-minded, people are narrow-minded. But really, it's the other way around.
And what the Most High is doing, go to Isaiah chapter 14, start at verse 1. I'm sorry, Ezekiel, not Isaiah. Ezekiel 14, start at verse 1. Because the Most High is doing, it's like, okay, you don't want to hear godly discourse, then what is it that you want to listen to? What's more important? And so the Most High got answers for that. For those that don't want to hear godly discourse, he got answers, the solutions for that. Go to Ezekiel 14, verse 1.
Ezekiel chapter 14 and verse 1. Then came certain of the elders of Israel unto me, and sat before me. And the word of the Most High came unto me, saying.
He said, so once again, Ezekiel's talking to the elders. He said, no, and the Most High put the Spirit into him to talk to the elders and say what? Read.
Son of man, these men have set up their idols in their heart.
He says, son of man, these men, these leaders have set up their what?
Their idols
Where?
in their heart.
He says, so the Most High told Ezekiel, listen, these men are dealing with idols in their heart. What is an idol in your heart? That's nothing more than an imagination. That's the same thing as a premise. That's the same thing as an opinion. That's the same thing as a fantasy. That's still something that's unproven. He said these men set up, they got imaginations running in their heart. Remember why the Most High swept the earth the first time with water? He said, because what was in their mind? Evil continually.
Yeah.
He said, so it was what goes on in the heart that why the Most High had to clean the earth the first time. He said, but these leaders, he said they set up idols where?
In their heart.
Read.
And put the stumbling block of their iniquity before their face.
And he said they put the stumbling block. Why does he call the idol a stumbling block? Because it's just an idea.
The ideas are rather.
Because it's an unproven idea.
That's going on Monday's class. I'm just letting you know that right now.
It's an unproven thought process without that you don't know the full consequences of meditating on this idea.
And you don't have to be a king to do this either.
No, you don't.
You just got to be a king in your own mind.
Yeah. Or wise in
Completely your own mind.
in your own mind.
That's my point.
You're just wise in your own mind. He said, the stumbling block in front of their face. Read on.
It says, should I be inquired of at all by them?
He says, are they gonna seek me, or do they seek their own imagination? Read on.
Therefore speak unto them,
Go ahead.
and say unto them,
Go ahead.
thus saith the Lord power, every man of the house of Israel that setteth up his idols in his heart, and putteth the stumbling block of his iniquity before his face,
Through his imagination. Read on.
and cometh to the prophet, I, the Lord, will answer him.
He said, I'm gonna answer him. He said, since you got a lot of fake ideas about what works and a lot of premises or premonitions about what you think is effective, the Most High said, when you do come to get advice, he said, I'm gonna speak to you how?
I, the Lord, will answer him that cometh according to the multitude of his idols.
When you since you got 50,000 ideas, I'm gonna give you 50,000 answers. Since you meditate on a multitude of imaginations, I'm gonna give you a multitude of alternative answers. So since you're confused and not knowing what the truth is, I'm not gonna give you the truth. Since you think it's a variation of successful thoughts and opinions, I'm gonna give you a variation of answers. I'm gonna speak to you according to the multitude of your imaginations and items. Meaning, the answers that I give you are not gonna be clear. They're gonna be just as confusing as you are in your imagination. Read on.
That I may take the house of Israel in their own heart.
He said, but the way I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna take you by way of what's in your what?
Heart.
So what does he mean? I'm gonna let you fall by your opinions. I'm gonna let you fall by your premonitions. I'm gonna let you fall by your notions. I'm gonna let you fall by your imagination. I'm gonna just let you get swept up by what exists in your own mind. Because we're so opinion based, imagination based,
Feeling based.
It got to be my way. There's no evidence of facts that what we do and what we know is tried and true and solid as a foundation. That's why the scripture say we hardly guess it right. Read on.
Because they are all estranged from me.
And they said, and the reason why I'm gonna let you get caught up by your own opinions, and let your own opinions get the best of you, is because you were separated from me in the first place. You didn't want to have nothing to do with my way in the first place.
Got it.
So this is when the Most High says, his own iniquity shall what? Your own iniquity shall what?
Right.
Reprove you. It will correct you. The Most High let a man slide by his own imagination because he really didn't want to seek the Lord in the first place. So the Most High give us a slippery slope, and we fall by way of our own thoughts because we didn't want to have nothing to do with the Most High.
Facts.
So he said, they do what?
It says, because they are all estranged from me through their idols.
Go ahead.
Therefore, say unto the house of Israel, thus saith the Lord power, repent and turn yourselves from your idols.
Go ahead.
And turn away your faces from all your abominations.
But where's the abomination exist at? It exists in the mind. There's a lot of sick things that we meditate on, even ideas that we think that will work, but they're unproven. And they have damaging consequences to the body and to ourselves and to the whole house. So the Most High got a way of dealing with us when we are guessing at how things should be done and we're not using a proven method. The Most High deal with us according to our own imagination. And then who can we blame when we fall? Are we gonna blame the Lord?
We want to.
We want to. But who are we gonna blame when our decisions don't work and the plans that we came up with fail? Who are we gonna blame? We like to blame the Most High and say, man, the truth don't work. Is it that the truth don't work? Or you had imaginations that were bigger than the truth that was unproven? You had ideas that weren't factual and were not made of solid foundation that nobody biblically was telling you to do, or you weren't getting your foundation from the Lord. You had an alternative way of doing things. So that's the result of living off premonitions. That's the outcome and the result of not knowing the full consequence of guessing at life. So all the Most High is asking for is repentance.
Yeah.
Let that go.
Got it.
We can go back to I think you was at Ecclesiastes 16:4. I don't know how far you.
No, we were at Ecclesiastes 6:35.
That's what Simon was at war.
We will stop at 6:35. Well, I don't know. 6:35. Let's read that. Ecclesiastes 6:35.
God. Ecclesiastes chapter 6 and verse 35. Be willing to hear every godly discourse.
So once again, what Simon did and what men that were successful did were willing to hear every godly discourse. You know what a lot of Israel wants to do? They want to hear some godly discourse. They want to sift it. In certain arenas, Israel doesn't mind listening to the best method spiritually that works. But Israel doesn't want to listen to every godly discourse.
Yeah.
We don't want to commit ourselves to every method that works. I will listen to what it takes to study the right, but I'm not going to listen about how to maintain my health. I don't want to push myself that much. I want to listen to what it takes to study, but I don't want to hear that godly discourse talk about being an incense and leading from the front. I don't want to listen to that godly discourse, because if we were listening to that topic, now I look back.
Yeah.
Because how can you really sit back here and say you're wrong or it's wrong to lead from the front? How can you really justify it? You can't justify the notion that you got to lead from the front like David did. Lead from the front like Simon did. And that's the best godly discourse you can hold on to.
And that's the leaders.
And that's the leaders. But what do people do? But people say, you don't have to be that. Then you start saying it doesn't have to be that. Well, why doesn't it have to be that way? Because you choose not to listen to that godly discourse.
Yeah, or I have a gallon of godly discourse to give you to help your situation.
Mm-hmm.
And I only got to fill up 8 ounces. I only give you 8 ounces. And then you say, I got it. You ain't got to go. You ain't got to keep telling me. I'm good. I got it from here. Like, man, I was about to pour a whole gallon on you, but you came back and said, I got it. I understand. You ain't got to keep telling me. So a lot of people cut off the godly discourse because they feel like, okay, I heard just enough to change my situation. But they didn't. But they only heard enough to change the situation for that moment, not the overall outcome. Because if people listen long enough, they'll actually get the answers and the solution to actually change the overall outcome of their life.
I know.
But they'll just listen enough just to be prepared for that day.
Yep.
And
that's a super low level. But then you have people that understand I have to follow this method to its totality, but not other elements of the work.
Exactly.
People want to sit back here and just work on certain parts of their spirit, or like you're saying, just a very small portion for the day.
Just to get me out of trouble. Or you could have an advice for a man that's going through some marital issues.
Yep.
And then he'll only listen to the point where they at least could talk on the phone.
Yeah.
But they won't, you give them advice to actually fix the whole relationship.
Yeah.
But he'll only listen enough just to be back home for the night.
Yep.
Or to have peace at the house for that day. But not fix the whole relationship.
Just want to get back in the house, bro.
I just want to counsel to try to see what we could do to at least start talking again. But you got advice to actually repair the whole thing, but they only want to listen to enough just to make sure it's not over.
Yeah.
Can you give me enough advice to where I know at least we're still together?
Because I don't want to do the rest of the work.
Yeah.
Of course not.
And they come back 3 months later.
3 months later, and they're in the same rut. But we only want enough godly discourse to fix the temporary problem, not the whole problem.
They want
That's
a
all I'm
Band-Aid
saying.
counsel.
Yeah, they want a Band-Aid.
They want a Band-Aid counsel. They're still bleeding. You got a whole wound right here. You want 3 Band-Aids and a beer.
Yeah.
Go home. That don't solve the real problem.
You don't want the whole problem fixed. You can tell them, hey man, you want to actually change the whole house. You want to fix the whole relationship. I just want to make sure that we're at least on talk. Can you talk to her? Can you talk to her so at least we can conversate? Or
do you think you got enough game?
Yeah.
To get it back to the con. If I can get you to get it back talking, I got it.
I got it from here. I'll take it from here.
Yeah.
I don't need you to tell me how to lead the rest of the house. Just enough to fix this one immediate problem. And that's all that we want to hear. We'll hear godly discourse, but just enough to say, you don't got to tell me no more. I got it. I'll take it.
I can go spit from there. I got it from there.
Yeah, I got it. Once you get back in the house, when we get talking again, I got it covered up. The water though, brother.
That's a real thing.
Yeah, the water for being there. Listen, Sam, was you really listening, or you didn't listen to the whole thing?
You want.
Because you don't want to hear the end.
You don't want to hear the
That's
end.
how you know you're not listening to godly discourse. Because you want to take a premise and run with it.
You want to skip the consequences.
Yes. And the conclusion, exactly. You need to know the consequence, the whole I mean, you have to stick and listen to the end.
You got to listen to the end.
People don't want to listen to the end and get trained to the end.
Or you're making me feel too bad. So I don't want to hear the rest of it.
I got a verse to explain that. It's crazy. We'll hit that later on. I don't want to take too much of your class coming up. But listen. Read verse 35 again.
Ecclesiastes chapter 6 and verse 35. Said, be willing to hear every godly discourse, and let not the parables of understanding escape thee.
But why would you let the parables of understanding escape? Because there's only so much you want to change in yourself. That's true. That's why I never understood it till you really understand discourse. Why would anybody let the parables of understanding escape them? Because they want to live in their lie.
Hmm.
They want to live in their delusion because they want to feel good about themselves.
That's your comfort.
So people sit back and forget parables and don't listen to lessons because I'd rather feel good about myself than learn. I'd rather feel good about myself and look myself in the mirror than grow. And that's the exchange you ever had.
So,
Okay, what was you gonna say?
can it also be that they don't really want to change?
Well, I know because you want to feel good about yourself. Because if I have to sit back and deal with those parables of understanding, then that's me accepting the fact that I'm behind. You know, people don't want to own up to their behind. And people don't own they burned 15 years of their life effing off and not changing. Who likes that feeling? Who likes the feeling that I screwed up and I wasted time? Now I'm behind. Now I have to work quadruply hard to catch up. Now I feel bad. Most people can't get past the fact they feel bad for being behind. Am I right or wrong? And they can't even get to the solution. Because I can't get past the regret and the shame that I screwed up. And now I'm here. So you know what? Instead of dealing with that, I will let the parables of understanding pass. Because I don't want to feel this.
I'm fine with that. I don't want the responsibility.
I don't want the responsibility, and I don't want this feeling that's on my head.
What they really call it one of the I guess I'm making the term up the spirit, but it's really the spirit of inadequacy. I have to deal with exposing my inadequacy
Huh?
because as I make the attempts to complete these counsels, what gets revealed? Inadequacies. And now I'm subject to correction. Now I'm subject to critique. Now I'm subject to examination. I just want to do things I know I can do pretty good. Now what about the rest later?
Listen, we'll do this next week. We'll go from verse 16 down to 49. Verse 16 down to like 34 deals with the Spartans and the Romans' acknowledgement of the good works that Simon did. It kind of shifts from the internal work that Simon did, and it shifts into how the Romans and the Lacedaemonians and our brothers in Greece started hearing the good works about us and those relationships that Judas initiated, Jonathan cultivated, and now Simon is building on too. Those relationships build, and the renown of Israel is starting to spread through the rest of the world because they're nationally getting respect again. We're starting to gain respect amongst the nations, and that's what's going to be talked about next Shabbat. But with that, I think we I don't want to keep switching up the points. Today we focus on the magnitude of Simon's leadership and the good works he did domestically, militarily, the restocking of munitions, the reestablishing of the temple, the refortifying of munitions and the feeding of the poor, the taking care of the people and establishing the business and the safety from wars. All the good work Simon did in his 8 years of running. Don't forget, he's an older man now. By the time we get to Simon being in power, he's in his 40s. He had been through all the ringers and wars with his brothers. So now he's experienced all that heartache. He appreciates what the Most High put him through, and his actions toward the people proved where his appreciation lied. Okay? So with that, we're going to send our prayers up to the Most High.
Yahweh, In the name of Yahushua.
In the name of Yahushua.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send my God.
Send my God.
And the righteous angel.
And the righteous angel.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
Make strong.
People of Yahshua.
People of Yahshua.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
And much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
And forgive all of our sins.
Forgive all our sins.
Yahushua come quickly.
Yahushua come quickly.
For in thee is our hope.
For in thee is our hope.
Always.
Always.
And forever.
And forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Hawa'ah. Hatulanawa. Hatawa'ah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushua. Hawa'ah. Hatulanawa. Award. Lawa'ah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushua. Hawa'ah. Hatulanawa. Ha'ayo. Korah. La Korah. Ha'ain.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives us the ram's horn, called the people.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushua. Hawa'ah. Hatulanawa. Shemai. Zayah. Lamashak. Yasha'Allah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives us olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto Yahweh.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto Yahweh.
And to sing praises unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon the instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psalms.
And upon the psalms.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou, Yahweh.
For thou, Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy word.
I will triumph.
I will triumph.
In the works of thy hand.
In the works of thy hand.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great is thy work.
How great is thy work.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither does the fool understand it.
Neither is the fool understanding.
When the wicked springs the grass.
When the wicked springs the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity.
When all the works of iniquity.
Do flourish.
Do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh.
But thou, Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
Below thine enemies.
Below thine enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
Below thine enemies.
Below thine enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the works of iniquity.
All the works of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shall thou exalt.
But my horn shall thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
And my enemies.
And my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in it.
And there is no unrighteousness in it.
Hashem Yahushua. Psalm 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Iowa. Ladua.
Ladua.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma.
Ma.
Tawa.
Tawa.
Wama.
Wama.
Naayam.
Naayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Gam.
Gam.
Yatan.
Yatan.
Kashaman.
Kashaman.
Hatawa.
Hatawa.
Ay. Haraat.
Haraat.
Yuran.
Yuran.
Ay.
Ay.
Hatakwan.
Hatakwan.
Zakwan.
Zakwan.
Aharan.
Aharan.
Shayran.
Shayran.
Ay.
Ay.
Hayam.
Hayam.
Maruwakiwa.
Maruwakiwa.
Katal.
Katal.
Haramwan.
Haramwan.
Shayran.
Shayran.
Ay.
Ay.
Hararia.
Hararia.
Kasayawa.
Hayam.
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 Sham.
Sham.
Tazawa.
Tazawa.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Amaraka.
Amaraka.
Hayayim.
Hayayim.
Ay.
Ay.
Howalom.
Howalom.
Hashem Yahushua.
Hashem Yahushua.
Psalms of 33 English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that rained down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh, Hashem, Yahushua, Rakanao, Washala, Wahabiyah, support. 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 Rocket Yahweh, Rocket Yahushua, the one Yahweh, the one Yahushua, all love, all mercy, all truth, all wisdom, all knowledge, all understanding, all patience, all long suffering, all piety, all justice, all grace, all mercy, all praise, all power from Yahweh, all power from Yahweh, all power from Yahweh. In Yahushua's name we pray. Water, yeah, come on, start the luck. No, yeah, yeah.
Yes, sir. Saluting out in the heavenly order, Yahweh, Yahweh Shai, Kriyash Allah, men of Israel, Mother, Barak, Yahweh, Kwam
Sisters online, sisters online.
Saluting out the sisters online.
All right, men of Israel, Majid, Shabbat.
Men of Israel, Shabbat. Saluting out the daughters of Zion. Men of Israel, Majid, Barak, Yahweh.
Shalom. Yadabata, dismissed.
And we said a prayer that the Most High in Christ bless you and protect you and watch over you.
Fall out. All right, shalom, Israel. We'll see you again on Monday. Shalom to your family. Shabbat shalom. Enjoy your weekend. And most definitely, it's good to see everybody online. May the Most High increase.